Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is Let's Play How to Date a Magical Girl. Welcome. Before we begin, we need to find out more about you. Please answer the following questions truthfully. Question 1. What do you look like? I see, so you look like this. Very good. We shall continue. Question 2. What is your name? Now, I see. So your name is Lunar D8. Is Lunar D8 really your name? I need to confirm all the answers you've given me. Your name is Lunar D8 and you look like this. That's what I'm going with. Very well, thank you for providing this information. You may begin. Today is a wondrous day. It's a day I've dreamt about for nearly 3 months. A day that I surely thought would never arrive. All the blood, sweat, and tears I've shed these past months have led me to this very point in time. This very point of my entire existence. I now hold in my possession the Holy Grail, an object of such great value, importance that it would spell disaster if it fell into the wrong hands. It rests heavily in my palm, seeming to pulsate with life. The inconspicuous brown paper bag covering it does little to mask its holy aura. As I gaze upon this most sacred of objects, I make a solemn vow to myself. I promise to guard this object until the day I die. For now, it's time to view the object's full, magnificent splendor. I unwrap the brown paper bag, and nearly blinded by the light emanating from within. Finally, I now hold the uncovered object in all of its radiant glory. It's a limited edition special cover version of Volume 35 of my all-time favorite Magical Girl manga series. Yes, finally. I waited for 3 months after this volume was announced for today, the release day. I find myself shedding a single tear of joy as I bask in the beauty of the limited edition cover. With only 100 of these printed, I am truly one of the luckiest people alive. I have been following this series since I was just an impudent child. I have grown alongside it, chanting the heroine's name in my sleep, night after night. And now, the very last volume has arrived. Years of worship have guided me here. Today the series is complete. I'll return home and read this most valued tome and achieve true nirvana. Reading this series over the years has been an uphill battle. My friends often mocked me for following a children's manga series, but they just didn't see the beauty of it. They couldn't possibly fathom the rich, intricate history of the world, the heroine's ambitions and motives, the ever-present darkness threatening to engulf the world. If they truly wanted to believe this is a children's manga, that's their right. But I wouldn't be swayed by their narrow-minded opinions. I feel myself trembling in excitement as my fingers reach toward the open cover. No, I must be patient. I need to return home first, before I dive into this adventure. I just can't keep my eyes off the beautiful cover. This walk home will truly be a test of my inner strength and willpower. I should power walk towards my house. The quicker I get home, the quicker I can begin reading. Excellent idea. The journey speeds along at a rapid pace. I don't even have time to take my eyes off the manga. I know this route so well. Just a few more blocks to go, and... I feel like I've wasted most of spring, lazing away with nothing to do. I can't even remember the majority of it. The days passed just like a blur. Every day the same as the last. At the very least, Hikari came to visit me some days ago at least. I think she did. I don't remember if she stayed long or if we talked much. Still, it was a nice thing for her to do. This week has been unusually hot for the season. I think the heat has been scrambling my brains like eggs on a frying pan. I've been finding it so hard to focus lately, to concentrate on anything at all. I know I should perk up a little, try and get some things done before the season ends. But then again, it's just so easy to lay here on the grass without a care in the world. I wonder how much longer I can go on like this. Everything changed on that fateful day, 2 years ago. That day I picked up the final volume of my favorite Magical Girl manga series. I read it cover to cover, and when I finished, reality began to sink in. The story was over. The story I had been following for nearly my entire life was just finished. Since that day, I felt so very, very lost. My appetite disappeared. I stopped hanging out with my friends. I dropped all of my hobbies. The days went by in a haze. And looking back, I can't remember a single moment with any kind of clarity. It's sad, but that's the truth of it. I can try and blame the recent heat as much as I want, but really, I've been feeling like this for a few seasons now. I need to pick myself up. If I don't get a grip, I'm going to throw away my entire future. I need to get my head back in the game. I need to pull it together before tomorrow. Tomorrow, the first day at my new school. It's kind of hard to believe, even though I graduated high school, someone decided for me that my studies should continue. I assumed that someone was Hikari. She always meddling in my business. I suppose it's her way of looking after me. Before I knew it, I was enrolled in a new academy, without so much as a nod of approval. Classes start tomorrow, whether I'm ready or not. As for the academy itself, I can't say I know much about it. There was a brochure in my letterbox at one point, but that promptly fell into the recycling can. I remember it had a lot of smiling faces on it, probably just typical propaganda. I don't even know what kind of classes I'll be attending. It could be anything, considering Hikari's eclectic tastes. She probably signed me up for a cooking class, or horseback riding, or advanced basket weaving, or who knows. Okay, this reminds me of two things. First off, the eclectic thing. I remember, granted I was much, much younger back then, someone at one point asked me, what sort of music I listened to, and I told them I tend to like eclectic. And their reaction was to think I was stupid or something. What, you mean electric? No, there's a word called eclectic. It means I like a varying, array of different genres and music types. But in general, rock, metal, industrial music, stuff like that. Speaking of which, but main thing is I do like a varying type, like a music playlist by me will consist of System of a Down, Korn, Tool, Perfect Circle, Smile Empty Soul. I don't know if I already said Korn or not. System Down, Disturbed, Nickelback, video game soundtracks like Halo or Final Fantasy or all sorts of games. Rammstein, Pokemon soundtracks. You'd be hearing a Pokemon song, and then you'd hear Rammstein. But yeah, speaking of Rammstein, I remember when they first started their band, they couldn't really play shows very much because the government of Germany was a little bit different back then. That being said, for a while there, I know a lot of them worked in things like factories and other kinds of jobs like that because they were really into music, but one, there were legal prohibitions on a lot of things. The government wasn't exactly very friendly to, well, things like free speech or things that were outside the cultural norms. And in general, it just wasn't viable to make any money off of music back then. I believe Till Lindemann, if I remember correctly, the lead singer of Rammstein, well, the main singer, but still, you guys know what I mean. He was earning a living by doing basket weaving. As hard as that is probably to believe. But yeah, Till Lindemann, the lead singer of Rammstein, the big muscular guy he is, was earning a living primarily via basket weaving. I'm beginning to doze off in the warm afternoon sun. Just before my awareness slips away completely, a shadow falls across my face. As far as me, I've worked a lot in restaurants, factories, warehouses, a little bit of construction work. I've done babysitting. I've done various manual labor jobs. So, all of those jobs sucked. Hopefully, whatever I do next, and hopefully I do it soon, because, you know, rent and stuff, but, hopefully whatever it is I do next, it's at least tolerable, and pays enough to actually continue by. But hey, it's been nice to have all the savings I had from all the crap ton of mandatory overtime I had in the previous job. And it helps that I really don't spend money on anything except maybe some fast food and occasionally a Steam card. Probably would have been a good idea for me to spend some money buying some fucking sunblock before going on that fucking long ass walk. Also would have been a good idea for me to bring a fucking bottle of water. Actually felt like I was gonna fucking die on the way back from that. I was like dizzy and practically about to pass out, and my chest was hurting and everything was... Again, I know it's entitled of me to be upset with the bicyclist, but I mean, if you see a guy limping down a bike trail, stumbling over himself, dizzy and about to pass out, and it's like close to 100 fucking degrees outside in the middle of the sun, maybe you should stop and ask if he's okay, or offer some of the water that you know, I see the 2 to 3 water bottles that are on your fucking bikes. Like, there were several times I literally had to just sit down on that fucking trail because I couldn't keep going. And then there was a few times I went to go stand back up, and it took like 5 minutes just to like force myself to be able to stand back up. But that's my own fault for not bringing water and for not wearing sunblock. Like, my face is a little bit sunburnt, my arms are a bit more sunburnt, and the back of my neck, like the whole back of my neck is so badly sunburnt it looks like I got a fucking 2nd degree burn. But then again, maybe I shouldn't have gone during a slight heat wave when it's really bright and the sun is like, I don't know, growing in intensity. And I decide, hey, I'm gonna go for a 23-mile walk. Jesus fucking... that was way too far. That is much, much, much more than what my body is capable of handling. So, still a little bit sore from that everywhere. Oh. That being said, I did enjoy the walk. I like seeing the trees, especially sometimes they blow in the wind. Then again, I'm the kind of person. I like to stand on my front porch when there's a storm and drink like some Pepsi or some tea or something and just watch the rain. But yeah, it's nice to go out and enjoy a little bit of, walking. Like, I would never want to go camping again. I like my soft, comfy bed, but it's nice to go out a little bit in nature from time to time and just be around the trees. And I was seeing a lot of butterflies and birds and squirrels and rabbits everywhere. And it was just nice. And in some places I'm passing through forests, and some places, I'm passing through, just farmland, and some places I'm passing through these vast open fields. It's really nice. Though eventually I went far enough, I was like passing through like hidden factory industrial places that aren't really places that a lot of people work at. Like there's one place that looked like something like a quarry. It had like 100-foot pile of some sort of brown substance, but it wasn't dirt, it wasn't rocks. I don't know what it was, but it had a horrible, horrible smell. It wasn't... Granted, I smelled a bit of manure by some farms, and I smelled some of the farming chemicals on other farms, but this wasn't any of that. It was... I don't know. It smelled like rotting flesh. I don't know why. What sort of substance it would be that would smell like that. And I could hear like a couple large trucks moving around, but I couldn't see anything. All I could see was a very large pile of some brown substance and an extremely huge warehouse that had a few of its walls like missing. So that was weird. Then eventually I came across this one place that was like had a large white warehouse looking building, but really didn't see any signs of any people there. Then there was some sort of red building off the distance, but it was like built like it wasn't, the typical kind of red building you'd see out in the farmlands. It, I don't know, more metallic. It had a couple trucks out front, but they just looked like normal white trucks. Probably some sort of company. Though they had these giant tanks. They looked like the propane tanks, except for each one of them was bigger than a house. And there was like a whole fucking field of them. But yeah, it was like a bunch of giant white tanks. Each of them said ammonium something. I know there's some sort of ammonium type refrigerant that's used in grocery store houses. I've worked in a grocery store warehouse before. But one, I know it's a different substance, because whatever the other word is, I remember it being something different. So it's something ammonium, but it's not a refrigerant, I don't think. But I have no idea. The other thing is this, even that giant, even though the big ass grocery store warehouse I've worked in at one point in the past, their stuff wasn't... They didn't have giant fucking tanks just outside. So I have no idea what the fuck that's about. So... Then there were some abandoned railroad areas I came across. Some parts near that railroad is like for a half-mile stretch. Like the entirety of the ground had like this super bright silvery metal everywhere. Some of it ranged in size to like 3 times the size of a quarter. Most of it was probably about the size of a quarter of a nickel to a nickel size. And then there was a lot of just smaller shards of it all over the ground. And it looked like the entire ground was coated with it in places. So that was weird. I mean, with the railroad there, maybe at one point there was a lot of aluminum or nickel or zinc or silver being transported or something. Tin, maybe? I don't know. That being said, the railroad itself had been abandoned for a long time, and a lot of it was in disrepair. I'd never gone that far on that trail. So, main thing I have to say is it was really bright. I got really badly sunburnt, and I was very sore from all that walking. Heck, my chest was hurting like a bitch. Part of me was wondering if I was going to have a fucking heart attack walking down that fucking trail. But yeah, it was a struggle getting back from that. Like I said, I know it's entitled of me, and I know it's weird to expect a random stranger to give me fucking water. But it's like, what, do you think I'm going to rob you, sir? It's like I see hundreds of fucking bicyclists going past me, and I understand bicyclists are going pretty quick, but I can literally see 2 to 3 bottles of water on your fucking bikes. It is like 90 plus degrees. And you are seeing a guy walking by himself, limping, and looking dizzy, and in visible pain, and panting for air. Heck, there were sometimes I was sitting down next to that bike trail in the shade, and I would literally be sitting there, still like breathing heavy and with my mouth open, just panting for air, like I was a fucking dog. Not a single fucking one of them stopped to ask if I was okay or if I would like some of the water in the like 3 large bottles of water they had. And again, I know it's entitled of me to expect any of them to actually... Heck, I even tried to wave a few down and ask them for water. Nobody! So that's, again, I do feel a little agitated about that. But at the same time, 1, I'm just glad I managed to make it home, but 2, I know it's entitled of me to expect them to give me some water. But I would have appreciated it. And I know it's my own damn fault for, 1, walking so damn far, but I got lost in thought, just sort of kept going. I mean, part of me had always wanted to walk further on that trail just to, you know, curiosity, I just wanted to go further. Though, dear God. That was just, it was way too much. Even if I had prepared adequately. Like I said, maybe I should have spent a little bit of money to buy some fucking sunblock. Or brought some water. Or not gone so fucking far. But like I said, I was a little bit lost in thought. I was just enjoying walking out there and just being out there in nature and just enjoying the nice walk. It's just moderation. I gotta keep moderation in mind. 'Cause ow, everything hurts. Someone is suddenly standing over me. I squint, trying to make out their features. It's time to wake up now, Lunar D8. Hikari Sato. What are you lying around here for? It's far too hot. You're going to cook. Oh, yeah, I know the feeling. Wow, I literally am this fucking character. Like, he enjoys just being out there, like, as odd as it sounds, touching grass. I mean, it's something I actually do like to do a lot. But, you know, I probably should have wore sunblock, or brought water, or maybe not decided to go for a 23-mile walk in a fucking heat wave. But I do like just going to parks and stuff. Sometimes I'll go to various cities or drive to a really big city, and they'll have parks and stuff, and I'll just walk around the parks and stuff. And I know that sounds incredibly boring to most people. Honestly, it probably makes me sound like a fucking serial killer. It's like, what would you like to do if you had a girlfriend or something? Well, I'd like to go walk with her on a bike trail. And just enjoy, like, stopping and, like, watching some of the streams go by with the water, and just sort of casually just chill and hang out. Also, said person would probably eventually say, hey, I think we've walked pretty far. I'm like, oh, right, we should probably head back. They'd probably mention that before the 10-mile mark. Unless they're also as easily lost in thought or conversation as I am. At which point, we might need to just set an alarm clock to, like, remind us, that if you go walking in a straight line, eventually you have to make that return trip, and that's if you're already exhausted by the time you turn back, you're going to be practically dying by the time you get back to the car. Then again, I was pretty much at that point before to the car, because I said there's so many times I basically had to sit down next to that trail. Was literally just sitting there in the shade next to the trail, just panting for air. Like I was out of breath completely, and my chest was hurting like a bitch. And there were several times I went walking that my legs felt like bricks. And sometimes there'd be a pain shooting up my fucking spine with every step. And even by the last half mile of that walk, the sunburns were already noticeably painful. There were several times it was so tempting to just lay down and just take a nap on that fucking trail. I was so fucking exhausted and everything was already hurting. Main thing, I enjoy nature. But I also enjoy anime and air conditioning. And not being in direct fucking sunlight being roasted fucking alive. Jeez. But I'll say this, everything in this current picture that I'm looking at right now, I find to be very pretty. And really nice. But ice cold water and sunblock would also be really nice too. Lunar 8, the person who needs to learn the concept of moderation. Person with an addictive and obsessive personality, who may or may not have ADHD and autism. But I've never been tested for that other than silly online quizzes, so I don't think that counts. Yeah. What are you lying around here for? It's far too hot and sunny and bright. You're going to cook. With my sunburns all over my arms. And my face. Though it's worse on my arms than it is on my face. Though my back of my neck is burnt so much worse than my fucking arms. It is brown and looks like a fucking turkey leg out of a fucking oven for Thanksgiving. Like it's a fucking large-ass second-degree burn all over the back of my neck. To where it's like, my face is slightly red. My arms are very red. The entire back of my neck is so red it is turned brown and is blistered. Just to be clear, that hurts. As do my legs. And for some reason, other than my knees, which makes sense, my elbows hurt really bad. That's weird. I don't know why I'd have joint pain in my elbows. And also for some reason like the veins in my forehead and above my temples and stuff in my face and my head are enlarged. But apparently that's a normal thing that happens when people get sunburns. So that should go back to normal once the sunburns are recovered. Heck, I was looking at my face that day I got back, and my eyes were more bloodshot than they've ever been in my life. Like, the entire whites of all my eyes were just red lines everywhere. So apparently my blood vessels in my eyeballs were not okay with all the sunlight either. Heck, my left eye and the white part between my iris and my nose of my face, there was like a slightly brownish black spot, like I had a fucking bruise on my eyeball. Jeez. But yeah, it's just my eyes were like so fucking super bloodshot. So apparently your eyes can get sunburns as well. Which doesn't make fucking sense. I wasn't staring into the sun. It's not like I was just standing out there staring it up into it like a fucking turkey, just staring up with its mouth open, drowning in the fucking storm. But apparently your eyeballs can get sunburns as well. Even if you're not looking at the fucking sun in the sky. The fucking giant fireball kinda evenly bakes you. But yeah, even with using aloe, still fucking hurts. But yeah, you are going to cook. Yeah. I shoot the girl a dirty look, as if accusing her for interrupting my rest. Then again, I really am this fucking character. It's like I quit that one job I was doing recently just because, granted, not the worst job I ever worked at. But like up until a few months ago, I was working for Skynet building robots. I was building T-800s, but yeah, the job kept pushing the quotas higher and higher and higher, and I was chugging energy drinks. I was washing down caffeine pills with energy drinks. I was washing down caffeine pills, Advil, and Tylenol with energy drinks. I'd be sitting in my car working third shift, though sometimes I'd be there for 10 or 12 hours, and I'd be sitting in my car, and it'd be like 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'd be sitting in my car in the parking lot, washing down caffeine pills and Advil with energy drinks while I eat a candy bar, and I text messages on my phone onto YouTube, whether it's a community post or just watching a funny YouTube video. But usually it'd just be me on a community post typing how fucking miserable I was at that job. It's just, my knees were in so much fucking pain because I was standing manual labor and I was expected to move very quickly and at all times. There was like no concept of standing still or resting at any point. You were go, 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 go. Like there were sometimes I skipped going to the gym because the idea of, oh, if you do some push-ups, it'll slow you down a few seconds. And that's unacceptable. So it's like literally I wasn't even really allowed to work out properly. And most of the time I've had since quitting that job has been a mix of me recovering from the physical injuries I incurred doing the job I was doing, plus the massive amount of caffeine and overworking I was doing that it basically, like, when I was working that job, I would be at home laying in bed and my knees would still be throbbing in pain. My head was constantly hurting, my chest was hurting. Like I would literally be like laying in bed like every day just with my chest hurting like a bitch. And at least it doesn't do that now. It doesn't hurt like a bitch at all fucking times. Now that being said, maybe if I go for a fucking 23-mile walk in the freaking... Yeah, my chest was hurting. Between the extremely long walk and the heat, the lack of water, and the fact that I was just really, really overexerting myself. Or the fact I'll go to the gym and I'll do things like the leg press. And there's sometimes like, it's not necessarily, it's super heavy, not that I'm very strong, I'm not muscular, but like I'll be doing leg press and I'll have to stop because my chest will actually be hurting too much to where like I'll put my fingers up to my neck to feel my pulse and my jugular and I'll just feel beep, 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 beep. I'm like, okay, it's like my heart is beating way too fast for this. I need to stop lifting this weight and just sit here for like 10 minutes so my chest can stop hurting. That being said, been trying to go to the gym. I've just been getting weaker and fatter. So, but at the very least, I'm mainly recovered from the injuries I sustained doing the job I was doing. And even then, they were like bitching at everybody, wanting like, oh, you need to go faster, faster, faster. And it's like, we're already going at a pace that's like, not only is it not physically possible to go faster, it's not physically possible for us to maintain this speed. Like if I had kept that job, I would have eventually just completely torn something in my knee, or I was literally going to have a heart attack or a stroke from the place. Which part of me still worried is going to happen eventually, just given family medical history, but it's just, I was literally working myself to death, working as hard as I possibly could, standing manual labor where it was like basically just movement non-stop, to where it was just, I was emotionally and psychologically just absolutely fucking miserable doing it. We weren't allowed to have any sort of music or anything, and we weren't really allowed to talk to people because it was considered that it could get in the way of the quotas. So it's basically just move, 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 move. And then of course, if a machine breaks or if the other factories that make the components that we need, like we get in trouble for that, I'm like, I don't control what happens hundreds of miles away. And then of course they're like, well, we've decided to increase the quotas and we're increasing the total amount we're going to make. And I'm like, it was already an impossible amount. You were already asking more than what was physically possible. We're working all this overtime, drinking energy drinks, and even then, you're not treating us with respect. You're bitching at us. And it's just, fuck. Then again, that place had a horrible turnover rate since the day I even started it. Because I worked that place for years and years and years and years. I'll tell you this, there was no future in that company. Not only is the company itself eventually going to go bankrupt, but there was no moving up in that company. The company treated everybody like shit. And it's just, yeah, one. And even then, there was no ability for me to stay at that place. Eventually, my body was going to give out completely. And like I said, I at least recovered the types of knee injuries I had from working in that place, as well as the chronic overexertion of my, heart. But I was trying, a few times go on the bike trail. I am terrible at jogging. I can hardly jog. My cardio is terrible, and I can't seem to improve that. Where if I try running or jogging, one, I just get out of breath way too quick. Two, is that I can't really jog for very long or fast. There was times I was on that bike trail, 2 months ago or something, and I was trying to run. There was a dude about a decade and a half older than me. He's in the military, because he actually stopped and talked to me for a bit, but this was 2 months ago or something. But the guy was wearing one of those big-ass weighted vests. That was a ruck something. He was a ruck competition. But yeah, this guy's a decade and a half older than me. And he is casually jogging for miles and miles and miles, faster than I run. And it's on the one hand, good for him. I'm that's awesome. But on the other hand, I'm I even complimented him, told him how great it was and how good he was doing. But at the same time, I was thinking to myself, this dude is older than me. He was wearing weighted shit. And he is casually jogging faster than I can run. And he doesn't look like he's in horrible pain. Yet me just casually trying to jog feels like a struggle to not fucking fall apart as a human being. It's my body feels heavy, it feels slow. I'm pretty sure the muscles in my hamstrings are weak, much weaker than they're supposed to be in proportion to the rest of me. It's it feels like I can't jump high or very much, and it feels like when I do try jumping or jumping jacks or jump rope that the impacts I feel not only on my knees or even through my shin bones and my feet are a bit painful, but honestly, the biggest thing that was really the first thing that was really a huge issue that's still kind of an issue now is that when I try jogging or running, my lower back hurts so badly. I feel terrible pain in my spine. At one point when I was really trying to push myself with jogging, I think it was 2 months ago, my tailbone hurts. My entire lower back hurts so badly, and it felt like somebody had super glued a dumbbell to my tailbone and was pulling my fucking tailbone out like GT Goku before he became Super Saiyan 4. It hurt a lot. But I was at that point, I'm you know what? I'm going to push through it and go further beyond to make a silly fucking Super Saiyan 3 joke. Like I said, I'm the kind of person who would say Kaioken to himself to try to imagine it makes me run faster. It doesn't, but it's, I'm trying. I'm nerd, okay? I am a weeb. Anyway, so I wore a back brace and then took some Advil and and my back was still hurting, but I forced myself through it. And I then had to take 2 to 3 weeks of just not doing anything because I had strained all of the muscles in my legs so badly. I had caused some sort of weird pain in both my knees where I was I think I may have slightly damaged or torn or ripped something, not seriously, but caused some sort of problem with the tendons and ligaments of my knees, because granted it was a different kind of pain from what I was experiencing with I was at that job, because when I was at the job I was having to constantly do these small semicircle turns thousands and thousands of times a day very quickly with a lot of torque, and it was more torque than what human bones are supposed to handle, especially such high repetitive amounts. But then again, back then the main things that were hurting was my chest, my head, my back, my knees, and even my shoulder blades. You know, the thing in the middle of your back that's up. Like, if you imagine Yujiro Hanma, the place where, like, he does the demon back, where the eyeballs of that demon back are, that was in terrible, terrible pain. Anyway, I was at least able to recover what was being damaged to my knees from that job for Skynet. But the problem is, like, when I did that one jogging thing, like, there was a different type of thing, but I could tell, like, it was some sort of soft tissue that, like, is actually inside my knee, and it was like, yeah, whatever it was, like, the pain was telling me, like, something's been pushed a bit too far. Like, it's not bad enough to where I'm, like, fucking, you know, having to get a surgery or some shit, but it's, like, enough to where, like, okay, we are past our limit here. If we push any further, I am going to seriously injure myself and, you know, need to actually go to, like, surgery or something. So, like, okay, let's let that recover. Though, a big thing with that jogging thing is that my hamstrings, granted my quads, the rest of me was a bit hurt, but my hamstrings hurt so bad that, one, not only did I feel like I strained the muscles of my hamstrings, but, like, I could feel, like, the cords, like, you know, if you feel underneath your legs, like, take your left leg, if you feel on the outside of it, underneath your thigh, if you feel deep enough in your leg, there's this, like, sort of hard cord that connects from your knee into your thigh muscle. It was swollen and sticking out a bit and felt extremely hard. And I'm like, it was that in both legs, plus a bit where my ass connects to it. Though it would help if I actually had an ass. My glute muscles have basically pretty much dead. Because it just, like, then again, maybe it's like, oh yeah, Lunar Date's just saying his ass is too flat. But it's just, yeah, the glute muscles are a bit weak, which probably puts more stress on the lower back and thigh muscles. So that probably doesn't help. But main point is, like, I'm pretty sure I'd given myself hamstring tendonitis. Plus, I was, like, having such terrible, terrible shin splints in both of my legs that I was concerned I gave myself microfractures inside my shins. And granted, I have broken... Like, I remember at one point I was, I think it was, like, 17 or something. A bone in my foot broke. And it was just, the doctor's like, yeah, you were walking too much. It's like, you put too much... Because back then, you know, I went to school, and usually I'd be walking back and forth to school, wearing a backpack on full of my books. And I would usually be working about 37 to 39 hours at a restaurant each week. Plus, I was in Boy Scouts, did the camping stuff, Eagle Scout. Also, I would just sort of casually walk around town. Sometimes in the middle of the night. There's a couple times the fucking police drove by, pulled me over. Even though you can technically pull someone over who's walking down the fucking street. They thought I was robbing houses and shit. I'm like, no, I'm just walking down the street. It's like, why did you call backup? I am wearing a Lego Batman t-shirt. What about me seems threatening? I'm just a dude walking down the street in a Lego Batman shirt. The fuck? Then again, I remember the first time I was really starting to drive. I got so fucking badly lost. And this is before GPS existed. I drove through 33 plus counties. At my furthest distance, I think I was like, what, 120, 180 miles from home? And every time I stopped somewhere to get directions, I got more lost. Eventually, I was stopping at random farmhouses in the middle of who knows fucking where. And I'd go up to a random farmhouse, knock on it, and the farmer would be like, what? Who the fuck are you? And I'm like, I'd give the name of my city and the county where my city's from, and they'd be like, yeah, I've never heard of that. And I'm like... And then I'd be asking, like, what about the, you know, the capital of our state? And the county it's in, you know. And then they'd tell me that they didn't even know the name of the capital of our own state, or even what direction it was from them. Like, I can understand not knowing a random other county. There's 88 counties, and there's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of cities. But you should at least know, and like I said, I don't know the capital for all the states in America. There's 50 states. I don't know all the capitals. And of course, Washington, D.C. is the capital of the country. It's not really considered part of any state. Granted, it's by like Delaware and Maryland, but it's not really considered part of a state. But you should at least know the capital of your own state. Even if you're at the furthest part of your state away from where the capital is, you should at least know the capital of your own state and what direction it is from you. But anyway, in the end, I eventually managed to get home, but heck, at one point the cops pulled me over. They thought I was a drug dealer. They thought I was a guns dealer. Apparently I'm some sort of leader of some massive fucking gang or some bullshit. Anyway, so yeah, they pulled me over. They searched my car for like half hour plus, which is kind of awkward because, one, I'm already kind of tired from being lost for such a long-ass fucking period of time. Also, the cops weren't good at when I asked them for directions. Like, they pull up my plates and stuff, and they can tell me exactly where I fucking live, but they can't give me directions on how to get back there? Dicks. And then they're like, oh, we saw in your, I forget, dossier or whatever it is, like whatever word describes your biographical information or whatever it is. Like, oh, we see, it says you're an Eagle Scout. If you're an Eagle Scout, how'd you get so fucking lost? I'm like, one, I'll tell you this right now, current Lunar D8, I remember nothing that I learned in Boy Scouts. I don't remember any of it. Heck, I took 3 years of Spanish in school, aced every year. I remember nothing. And heck, I got a 4.0, straight A's, honors diploma. I took classes like calculus, physics, chemistry. And yet in the end, I couldn't afford to go to college. Couldn't get any scholarships. I did work at a factory for about a year, raise up some money to have some savings to try to go to college. But the college I went to was a scam, so I just lost all my savings, got a bit of debt, and got nothing in exchange for it, and basically just been in a hole ever fucking since. Heck, eventually when the student loan forgiveness stuff happened, which thankfully I didn't owe that much, he left because I already paid most of it off, the student loan forgiveness didn't apply to me. But in the end, the government decided that the company or school I'd went to was a criminal organization. So everyone who owed the money no longer owed the money. It wasn't forgiven, it was discharged. Because the entire and that's something, if the US government says that a company is a criminal organization. Like, how bad you have to be as a company or school in order for the US government to say you're too corrupt. But anyway, so that was nice. That helped. Still feel like I got sort of fucked over. There was even a thing saying I could possibly get money back I'd spent, but I never fucking did. So that fucking sucked. But yeah, shit. But yeah. Also, it didn't help like when I got pulled over. One of the cops had a lazy fucking eye. But anyways, they spent like half hour or something searching my fucking car. What they found was some 2 liters of Dr. Pepper and some volcano burritos from Taco Bell. Anyway, after searching shit and finding nothing, they decided they're going to let me go. Because like I said, they thought I was running drugs and guns and shit into their city. They thought I was like some sort of... Basically, I'm, gangster's paradise Coolio. Which again, I do not look intimidating in any way. I am... Granted, a lot of people have been very clear that I'm not pleasant to look at, which... Fuck you. But still, I'm not, dangerous. Heck, I don't think I've actually... Aside from self-defense, I don't think I've hurt anybody in my life. But it's just, what looking at me made you think I am a drug dealer and guns like I'm a leader of some sort of fucking gang? Like, what makes you think that? There's nothing about me that... I mean, I guess I should take the compliment that like I look like I'm running some sort of drug cartel or something, or I'm a weapons dealer, like I'm Nicolas Cage from the Lord of War game. Not like, oh, Nicolas Cage is Kratos. That'd be an interesting mod. Just mod Kratos to be Nicolas Cage. But yeah, it's just what the fuck. And here's like after letting go, I'm like, I even asked them, hey, can you guys give me directions? It's like, we don't know. You can pull up where I live, but you can't give me directions on how to get fucking home. Fuck you. Son of a bitch. But eventually I got home, but still, fuck. I'll say this. I really do like going to zoos. And just... basic. Though, I imagine I'd be weird. Because, like, I'd be the kind of person, like, if I was there on a date or something, I'd probably annoy my date. Because I would probably just be standing there talking to the animals. Yes, I talk to trees. I talk... And no, the trees don't talk back, but I tend to spend a lot of time talking to myself. So, heck, I talk to stuffed animals. And yes, I'm an adult guy who has stuffed animals. Heck, I still have the blanket I had since I was a baby. It is a Winter Olympics Mickey Mouse blanket. It is incredibly thin, and it is faded and torn everywhere, just like my soul. But yeah, I was trying to jog a whole lot on that trail about 2 months ago, and I strained and pulled everything. So at least I'm recovered from the injuries I got at working at Skynet. But one, I do need to start working somewhere soon to, pay bills. But at least I recovered from those injuries. And that being said, I've been trying to become more athletic in regard to other things, but honestly, I've not made any progress. But I'm gonna keep trying. I'd say progress is probably something that is going to take a lot longer, and I'm probably just trying to rush it too much. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much anime you watch, human bodies can't really handle that amount of training. Yes, there are some people that are athletic enough who are certainly capable of doing that. Heck, I know of a certain zombie who drinks mead, who lifts 90-pound fucking dumbbells of each arm. Then again, this is a man who has been lifting weights since he was 11 and was in football and stuff when he was in high school. He's already a fairly tall and athletic person since, before puberty. And he has been steadily working at it since forever. So I'm pretty sure I cannot come anywhere near that decades of hard work by just pushing way too hard, too fast on a body that is completely not ready for that sort of stuff. Then again, it's not like I'm trying to lift that level of dumbbell. Hell, currently I'm just sort of lifting 30-pound dumbbells. Heaviest dumbbells I ever was lifting in the past was I'd be trying to lift a 60-pound dumbbell with a single arm, which I was doing sets of those at one point in the past before I started the job at Skynet, but I was always sort of swaying a lot to do it, and it was grunting, so I was definitely already pushing myself way past what should have been normal for what my body should have been capable of doing at the level I was at. Honestly, I should have never gone past 40 pounds. But I would say eventually I would want to get back up to doing 60 pounds. But I'd say if I ever get to that point, I would want to just not go past that and just focus more on increasing reps and sets so that I'm just simply more comfortable with the weight. But right now I'm just lifting 30-pound dumbbells, and even that's just... that's being a bit of a struggle. Heck, it's getting harder to just do normal fucking push-ups anymore. It's as time goes on, I'm just getting physically weaker and weaker. I'm losing muscle. So... that's something for me to figure out at some point. Then again, For about a year, I was taking testosterone gels since blood work was showing that was drastically getting way less than normal. I'd say most of my life my testosterone was at least average. I'd say the biggest thing that really caused the problem was, I'd say about 7-ish, 8 years ago. Think about, yeah, maybe 7-ish, 8 years ago. Something. It's hard to remember the exact day or year that was. I'll try to... I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it was like 7 years ago. But basically what happened was... So I think it was like 7-ish, maybe 8? I think 7. I think 7? Not sure. I think it was 7 years ago-ish. Maybe a few months less than 7? Maybe a few months more-ish, I think. Not sure. But anyway, what had happened is, at the time I thought I was actually having a heart attack. My chest was hurting really, really badly. And I remember driving down the freeway down to the hospital. And my arms and legs were numb. Like, I could still move them, but I couldn't feel them, aside from terrible pain and numbness. And I was kind of lightheaded and dizzy, and my chest was hurting really badly. But I drove down the freeway like that to get to the emergency room. I remember walking to that hospital, telling them, like, hi, because I'm kind of polite and friendly. But I was like, hi, how are you doing today? They're like, oh, I'm doing good. How about you? I think I'm having a heart attack. And they're like, sir, do you want a wheelchair? I'm like, no. Where do I need to go? Like, just walk down that hallway to the... And then I go in and tell them my symptoms. And 20 minutes later, I couldn't hardly sit up. I had to be helped up to the bathroom because I had to pee really badly. But I couldn't get out of the bed on my own. I was too weak. And when I was standing in front of the toilet, I literally couldn't undo my own pants. Like, I wasn't physically strong enough to do that. They had to actually help me, give me a little bit of support, help me keep standing, and undo my pants for me so that I could pee. Anyway, I also wound up getting a spinal tap, which, by the way, that fucking sucks. Not only does it hurt to have a needle inside your fucking spine, but let's be clear about something. They're like, okay, you need to stay still because, if you move too much during this, it could paralyze you. And I'm like, I'm holding onto this railing in front of me to help steady myself. And 1, it hurts, so that's kind of a temptation to move there. 2 is this. I am sitting down and I'm holding on to a metal bar. And yet my body is so physically weak, I am starting to collapse over to my left. And they're like, sir, you need to stay still. And I'm like, you need to physically hold me in place. I am not physically strong enough. I am sitting down and I have my hands on a metal bar and I am using every ounce of strength of my body to keep myself sitting up straight. And I am not physically strong enough to hold myself up. I am falling over. I am too physically weak to not fall over. I can't stop myself from not moving. It's not an issue of reacting to the pain, which does suck a lot. It's the fact that I am trying my best to hold myself up in an upright sitting position. And because I wasn't laying down for the spinal tap, I was sitting up on a bed with a metal bar in front of me, and it was just like, I wasn't physically strong enough to hold myself up. Now, I spent like 3 days in that fucking ICU, because apparently I had meningitis and encephalitis, so I had swelling of the brain and swelling of the spinal cord. They pumped me full of so many fucking chemicals. Like, they were like speed bags. Man, no, I'm not talking about the punching bag thing. Like, the idea is that you have an IV in you that's being pumped into you at a much faster pace. Also, apparently my body has the inability to really hold on to magnesium well enough, because they were telling me that my body was pretty much life-threateningly low in terms of how much magnesium I had inside my bloodstream. But also, swelling of the brain and swelling of the spinal cord is not good for your health. A couple points I sent some text messages to some friends, And it was just me sent, like, at least I sent it to the right people, but, you know, it wasn't anything coherent. It was literally just garbled text. Like, I apparently couldn't put a functional word together. And it wasn't like I didn't have a stroke or an aneurysm or anything. I've never had one of those, but I'm worried that one day in the future I'm going to have one. But as of so far, I've not actually had a heart attack or a stroke or aneurysm, and I hope I never do. But I do have a bit of a worry about that. It's just, yeah. Also, I didn't find out till years later, but it was actually my ex-wife's fault that had happened. I'll say this, I at least know that my son is my son, because he literally looks like me as a child. Because I can look back at pictures of myself as a child, and I look at him, and it's carbon copy. The only difference is his eye color is different. He actually has my biological father's eye color. Because the best way to describe my family is my mom got together with my biological father, had my eldest sister, and both my biological father and my eldest sister have blue eyes. Then my mom got split from my biological dad, my stepdad had my middle sister. Then they got split. Then my mom got back together with my biological father, had me, and I have brown eyes. And then they got split, and eventually for a little while my mom was by herself as a single mom, and then she got back together with my stepdad. Now that being said, they did have a bit of a rocky relationship at a few points, given that, well, my mom, my dad, my stepdad, I consider my stepdad my dad because he was, well, much better father than my biological dad was, even though that wasn't much of a part of fucking set. But all three of those people were alcoholics. So they all drank way too much up until the point I was like 11. Though biological dad stayed an alcoholic forever until he eventually just died. So, yeah. Point being that I'm making with that is I would advise people not to drink alcohol, and if you do, just know your limit. And I would say, in general, I don't think it's healthy for people in friendships or relationships to be indulging in that sort of stuff. Granted, I'll go to bars to, to try to be sociable. Plus, I enjoy playing pool. Though speaking of which, I haven't actually gone to a swimming pool in like a decade or something. I haven't gone not right now though, I'm fucking sunburnt. But maybe at some point I should buy some swim trunks and, go to a pool and wear a bunch of sunblock and actually enjoy swimming again. Heck, at one point when I was a teenager, I was in Boy Scouts. I was a trained and registered lifeguard. I was able to do things like swim. Like there's a part of a lake that was like the shallow end where it's 30 feet deep. I swam to the bottom of that, or was it 18 feet? 18 feet sounds more plausible in terms of what it actually was, because like I said, I can't really remember, but all I know is it was several lengths of myself down, and there was like a fucking cinder. Normally you drop like a small lit up like 1 pound weight, and the goal was you were supposed to swim to the bottom and pick it up, but they didn't have it that day. But I didn't want to wait till the next day, so without asking, because there was a part of it that was partitioned off from a small cinder block to hold these ropes to show the part that's safe to dive in, that's deep enough. I swam to the bottom, did a squat off the fucking surface of the ground of the fucking lake. Granted, it's a shallow area because the deeper areas were like a couple 100 feet deep. So obviously I can't go that fucking far. But in the part because it was a section of it that was more shallow, that was partitioned off with multiple sets of pontoons. They're basically these floaty devices made with like very hard plastic filled with air and shit, and on top of it you'd have like these little wooden platforms on top of basically things that built like buoys, and multiple partitions that had places that were considered safe for beginners to swim, and of course the rest of it was for like people canoeing and shit like that. Anyway, so I swam to the bottom, did a squat off the fucking dirt, and swam back to the surface with the fucking cinder block. Heck, another thing I'll tell you is that if you're doing a thing, like say someone dives and you think they did a neck or spinal injury, there's a certain way to carry them. That you put an arm alongside their spine on the back to hold their neck, and another arm alongside their sternum into their chin. The idea is that if a person's injured their spine or their neck, you don't want to move them or else you'll cause more injury or possibly kill them. But you need to, not let them drown. So the idea is that you're basically holding them that way so you can immobilize their spinal column. Now the problem with this is that you no longer have your arms to swim with at this point. So you have to use entirely your legs, and usually this type of scissor kick is the best way to do this. Now the other problem is this. The person you are rescuing is unconscious, and you don't want them to drown. So what you need to do is you need to keep their face and stuff out of the water. In order to do that, you have to use the only flotation device that would be considered acceptable in that situation. Because this is sort of an impromptu idea, that is the idea that you're trying to rescue someone with a spinal injury, but you have no flotation device. So what you do in this situation is you sort of prop them up on yourself. So you have your right arm to their spine, and your left arm along their sternum or the middle of their chest to their chin. And you're sort of having your arms moved aside, kind of like you're doing a Kamehameha. And you are just sort of laying them across your chest. So essentially what you're doing is you're using yourself as a flotation device, which on the one hand is keeping them out of the water. On the other hand, it is pushing you under the water. And you kind of still need to breathe. So what this does is you need to alternate sort of like shifting your back a bit so that while you're kicking yourself with your legs to push yourself in the direction of land, you're just sort of occasionally having to bob your head in and out of water because it's physically impossible to keep your head out of the water. So what you have to do is you have to sort of time your breaths, because no matter what, you're going to be dunking your own head repeatedly under the water while doing something physically exertive. So you need to time your breaths so you don't drown. Because if you drown, you can't save people. That's another thing you're also taught, that, if you're trying to save somebody, whether it's somebody drowning or say somebody in the middle of fucking traffic, you need to make sure not to get hurt yourself. Because at the end of the day, same thing with say someone's in a burning building. Like on the one hand, it is a noble, heroic thing to want to try to rescue someone from a burning building. But the thing is this. It's the same thing like say if you're inside a burning building, you want to try to put the fire out. Like it's a noble, heroic idea on the surface. But at the end of the day, usually your goal should be to use a fire extinguisher as a means of escape, to get past a fire blocking you. You're not really supposed to try to stop the fire, especially if it's gone past if it's small enough, maybe. But in general, it's more important to prioritize escape and safety. Because a lot of times, say if you run into a burning building to try to save somebody, well, here's the problem. One, you're now endangering your own life, and there's a good chance that you won't be able to save them, and that you'll wind up dying yourself. But here's the big kicker, is that if you go in there and you get trapped, well, now the firefighters have to come in and rescue you, and because they came in to save you, they did not have enough time to save other people. So that's the sort of thing. Same thing with traffic or swimming. You want to try to save people, but you don't want to put yourself in any unnecessary or unreasonable risk. So it's an issue of measuring out on even amounts of common sense and courage. Like, you want to try to help people, but you also have to be practical. But, like, here's another idea. Say if someone's drowning. If you just, like, dive in after them, well, especially if it's a sort of a dark area, you can't really see through the water very well. It's not like a clear like a pool. It's not like a middle of a fucking swimming pool. Like, if you're, like, on a lake or something, you can't see when you go underwater. It's not clear. Also, there's probably parasites and stuff in there, which, while chlorine might sting the eyes a bit, it'd be a lot better than getting some sort of amoeba that eats, your flesh or something. Or a leech or some crap. Like, a lot of water is very dirty. It has naturally occurring chemicals or metals and stuff in it that are not healthy for you. Now, granted, yes, it is not advised to open your eyes underwater at a swimming pool. And yes, the chlorine will sting your eyes and probably not be healthy for them either. But I'll tell you this, it'd be much safer than opening your eyes in like a lake or a pond. One, it's much more dangerous, and two, you won't be able to see anything. The water is too dirty, you can't see. Even a few feet under, the person's basically invisible. The other thing is if they sink, it's not going to be to a few feet of a swimming pool. It's going to be like 20 to 100 feet down. Which means if they sink, they're gone, because you don't really have a way to find them. They're too far down. Granted, human buoyancy kind of can go against that at times, but everyone's a different amount of buoyancy, and different water conditions change that. Whether it's temperature, density, because while water generally is the same density, there's the fact that individual humans have different body compositions that affect how well they float or sink, as well as conditions like the temperature of the water or what's in the water. Now, how big of an effect do these make? Honestly, I'd say the body composition of a person makes the far bigger difference, but all factors need to be considered. But the main point is you see someone out in the distance and you need to swim to get to them. If you dive your head under the water, by the time you get your head back up, you might not be able to see them and you might not know where they are. So what you need to do is you need to jump into the water, up and vertically down. Now, you're not doing a pencil jump. A pencil jump is where you jump. Imagine you're on a diving board and you jump up, but you're not diving and you're not doing a cannonball. What you're doing is you're just jumping up and you're landing straight down. Like a pencil jump would be you land straight down with just your soles of your feet hitting the ground as if you were jumping just straight into a standing position. Now, some people do that as just a thing to do sometimes when you jump. Now, here's the thing. That's not what you're doing, but that's the general posture that your back needs to be in. Now, what you're doing is you're going to have your legs split apart vertically. So one leg is going to be in front of you, the other leg is going to be behind you. So that when you hit the water, you're going to slam or scissor kick your legs together to get forward momentum to help keep yourself from being submerged in the water. The other thing you're going to do is you're going to have your left and your right arm out to your sides all the way like you're T-posing, and when your arms are getting close to the water, you need to slam both your arms down like with a lot of force, as if you're trying to basically you're just bitch smacking the fucking lake. You're just slamming your arms into the water. And the idea is that you're putting enough force with your arms and legs that when you jump into the water, that your head never goes under the water. So the idea is that when you jump into the water like this, you're able to keep eye contact directly looking at the drowning victim the entire time, so that the moment you hit the water, your eyes have not left them even for a second, and you can swim directly to them and know exactly where they are. Now, in terms of that, also had a thing where you had to swim for a mile. So what they do is they'd have an instructor, in a fucking canoe, and you would literally swim a fucking mile. And I could do that. There's no fucking way in hell I could do that now. Then again, I haven't swam in forever. I haven't been to a fucking pool in a decade. Though honestly, I'd be too embarrassed to go because I'd be like, I'm so fat and my chest is hairy and it'd be embarrassing. But also right now I'd be way too fucking sunburned. That, and for a long time I really didn't have time or the extra money to do that. But maybe someday I'll go swimming, but honestly, if I go to a pool and swimming, I'll mainly just be doing fucking doggy paddles. Shit. I am not physically capable of being a lifeguard anymore. Even with training, I don't think my body would ever be able to handle that, both in terms of muscles and coordination, but also, honestly, I don't think my heart and lungs could handle it anymore. I don't think my coordination can handle it. But yeah, back to the thing where I was in the ICU for 3 days. Granted, I've been in the ICU many times for various things. At one point I got hit by Granted, I've been hit by a truck 4 times. But one particularly bad time, I was in a car and the truck was a big-ass, full-size pickup truck going 75 miles an hour, hit me square in the driver's side, and it basically sent my car flying and spinning out and flying through a fence. So that hurt a little bit. I couldn't move my left arm for about a couple months. All of my ribs were bruised. My legs from my waist to my toes were covered in large purple and black bruises that not only looked like basketballs, but my flesh felt like the texture of a basketball. I also had a dozen staples across the left side of my skull because I took a really hard blow to the head. But that was a different time entirely. But main point with the swelling the brain thing, I had swelling of the brain, swelling in the spinal cord, meningitis, encephalitis, very low magnesium levels, and they were just sort of pumping me full of all sorts of antiviral, antibacterial, antibiotic stuff, as well as saline for dehydration, I guess. Also, tons of magnesium and some other stuff, because my blood work was showing that I was just like really, really low on things that you kind of need to live. Apparently a lot of nutrients that your body needs to function, my body just didn't have. Like, apparently my magnesium levels were like considered extremely dangerously low, that it was like they weren't even sure how the fuck that even happened. I'll also tell you this, I know it's a weird paranoid thought, but anytime they stick my arm with a fucking IV, I'm always imagining, like, imagine a dull box knife ripping through wet cardboard. Like, I'm always, like, one, it's uncomfortable having a fucking, IV sticking in your fucking arm. Whether they stick it into where your elbow is, or they stick it in where your, like, the top of your hand is, where those veins are. That is so uncomfortable. It's the whole time, it's just inside your vein, and you're looking at it like, this, I don't like this. But there's always that, like, paranoia that your arm's just gonna, like, start splitting open, like it's the fucking Saw 5 movie. And I was imagining that even before the first Saw movie ever even existed. It was just, yes, I know it's impractical, but it's just like a thought that comes to mind. But it's just, yeah, they were pumping me full of just about everything. Thankfully, I didn't have to have a catheter at that time. But what I would do is I'd have that large little piss thing that was like looks like a sideways Gatorade bottle with the large mouth opening. And so I wasn't physically capable of going to the bathroom. Thankfully, I didn't have to poop during those 3 days. And it's not that I was holding it in. I physically didn't feel the need to poop. I don't know why. But I had to pee. So what I do is I just sort of lay sideways and stick my dick into the bottle and just piss into it. And then put it to the side on a little table set next to me. And here's the thing, I couldn't sit up for more than 30 seconds at that time. For those 3 fucking days, anytime I went to sit up, the longest I could be sitting up was 30 seconds. After that, the pressure in my head and spine was so great that I literally couldn't be, like, I was dizzy and weakened to the point that I couldn't be sitting up straight in a fucking hospital bed for more than 30 seconds before I just collapsed back into the fucking hospital bed. But yeah, it wasn't until years later that I found out that it wasn't actually until years after my divorce. Well, actually, months after the divorce. It wasn't until months after the divorce that I found out that, oh, that's my wife's fault. Because here's the thing, I've never had any actual STD aside from mono. So, mono is a lot of times known as a kissing illness that most people, 90% of the population, gets back when they're teenagers. And it is more dangerous to you the older you are when you are first exposed to it. Now, this is something that you're not an active carrier of when you have it, or have ever had it, but it is something that if you're exposed to it when you're younger, your body has a more natural immune response to it, to where it doesn't hurt you. So that mono is something that at least 90+% of the population has at bare minimum, if not 95 up. It's something that 90% of the population gets when they're teenagers. I did not. And your first time getting it is always going to be the worst, but also it is going to be much, much more severe the older you get it. And I think I was like 28 at that time or something. Not sure. 29 maybe? 30? I can't remember. Main point is, it hurts you worse if you're... Like, one, it's going to be worse your first time getting it, but also, like, the first time you get it, it's going to be absolute worst. And then, after that, not much of an issue. Like, here's the thing. It's the sort of thing that if you get as a teenager, you're just going to barely feel like you have a bad head cold. Like, you might have a slightly swollen lymph node in your neck for like a day. But for the most part, you might not even feel it. You might be like, oh, I got a bit of a headache or something. You know, that's it. Like, most cases of the flu are far, far worse. You might just feel like you have a cold and a slight headache. And that's it. If you have it as a teenager. But if you have it in your late 20s, it's a life-threatening issue. And like I said, it's just... and here's the thing. Most people get their first exposure to it when they're much younger. And then, of course, after that, you know, those people still continue in romantic relationships, but they're not active carriers of it. So, under this circumstance, basically what it means is this. And I'll say this. I at least know my son is my son. One, not only with... main thing is that he literally looks like a carbon copy of me. The only difference is the eye color. But, of course, my eldest sister and my biological father had that eye color. Blue eyes are a more recessive trait. But, so basically my son looks carbon copy of me, but with blue eyes. But yeah, I'll say this. I tried to save my marriage, I'm glad I failed. Because my wife would have killed me and our son. Even her own parents are scared of her. I still feel a bit alienated and estranged from my son at times, but yeah, my son lives with his grandparents on his mother's side. I pay the child support to them, and they take very good care of him. He's honestly in the best place for him. He's happy, he's healthy, they love him as if he's their own son. And I still try to be there for him as much as possible. I still try to be as much of a father to him as I can be. He at least knows that his father loves him very much, and that I am very proud of him. But, obviously, things didn't turn out as I had expected back when I got married or when he was born. But I'll say this, I was there when he was born. I watched him being born, and there was a lot of blood. That was... honestly, I felt a bit traumatized watching my son being born. Like, it was a happy moment, like the happiest day of my life, my child being born and holding him, but the amount of fucking blood that came out of his mother when he was being born was very disturbing, which I managed to not express, but yeah, it felt not comfortable. But yeah, that being said, I'll say this. I at least know my ex-wife did not cheat on me till at least a year and a half after our son was born. And I know my son is 100% my child. My flesh and my blood. But yeah, the let's see, what month was that? So it was slightly, yes, less than a year before we got divorced that the brain swelling thing happened. I think maybe be off by a month or two, or a month in one direction or the other. It was, I think it's slightly less than a year. I'd say 11 months before the divorce. But I'd say it's probably the first time she really... But main point is, her and the person she cheated on me with then both had already had early exposure to mono multiple times in their teenage years when they were very young. So obviously being re-exposed to it wouldn't even so much as make them sick in a little bit. But me having not actually been exposed to that ever before pretty much just about fucking killed me. And of course, I didn't really put two and two together at the time about, you know, how I wound up getting something that you normally can't catch. You know, it's not airborne. So it's like, how else do you catch this thing? And granted, I didn't know about her infidelity in regard to that time until about a few months after the divorce. And that was a different person from where we eventually, you know, one, she went far more psychotic and insane and violent and was a threat to me and our child. But also she was then openly committing adultery and wanting to divorce me so she could marry the guy she was leaving me for. So, and at that point I just, that made for like, there were so many things about my marriage that were very horrible. Like I said, I'm still glad I got married. You know, made some happy memories. I mean, I married her because I loved her and I trusted her. And I thought she'd be a good wife and a good mother. And I thought she was my friend. And I could trust her and feel safe around her. And all of that was fucking wrong. But still had some good memories. And most of all, I'm very grateful and happy for my son. That being said, my marriage became fucking hell for both me and my son. I actually tried to save my marriage even at the end. And I'm glad I fucking failed. Heck, even when we went before the judge to finalize our divorce, I looked at her and told her we don't have to get divorced. You want to stay married? We can. We can just tell the judge we changed our minds and we're staying married. And she was absolutely not for that. And honestly, I was so fucking stupid to even say that, but here's the thing, I meant it. I was trying to save my marriage. I was trying to keep my family together and fix things. Which, incredibly stupid of me. But it's just what I tried. I tried to fix my marriage. I'm so glad I failed. Because had we stayed married, eventually we would have had one more kid. And then my wife would have murdered me, our son, and whatever child we had next. We would all be dead. I mean, I still have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife by. So that's... like, honestly, if I had a choice between Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, or any creepypasta entity, or an SCP entity, or a Backrooms entity, and my ex-wife, I would rate my ex-wife as the most terrifying and scary of all of them. It's odd to go from having somebody that you love and you trust and feel safe with, to someone that you hate, feel disgusted by, and actually feel terrified of. And there are so many fucked up things that she did, I'm not even sure. Like, obviously my son's not going to remember that, but I don't know if he should. Because I'm worried about the psychological effects it would have on him just to know how fucked up his mother is. Then again, I mean, think about it. Like, his mom's a demon, and his dad is just a broken human being who has terrible depression and low self-esteem, and talks to himself and talks to stuffed animals. So, yeah. Though the funny thing about the divorce is, after the divorce occurred, like a week later, we had to basically sign my son into her parents' custody. The reason I signed that was because it was the only way to stop her from killing him. She was criminally endangering him, and she was threatening to basically just run away with him, and she was doing and being some very bad things that were extremely dangerous, and, well, a lot of laws are very biased toward women in that regard. Heck, a lot of times even during the marriage when I was complaining to certain police about things she was doing, they didn't give a fuck. Because as far as they were concerned, oh, she's a woman, she's allowed to do that. We can't. But even then, when I mentioned the police, like, okay, what if I do this or this or this in order to, protect my child? And they're like, yeah, if you do that, we're going to arrest you. So at that point, if I do anything to protect my own child, I'm then going to jail. And then all of a sudden, I'm not there to try to protect my child in any way. So then it's just an issue of, let's manage damage, like collateral damage. Let's manage the collateral damage so I can just keep my child alive. But of course, I was still trying to save my marriage because, it's something that the church has said over and over is you're supposed to try to do. Then again, all of the preachers, literal preachers, who say that to me, literally have been in multiple marriages themselves, and each of them, their divorces are caused by them committing adultery on their wives. Whereas me, I'm the one who didn't do a damn thing fucking wrong, and yet I'm still trying to save that marriage, mainly because I'm concerned about losing custody of my child, and my child being left in the sole custody of his mother. And given the fact that even with me doing all of the work and being the only income, and being the person cooking and cleaning and taking care of the child, and giving our child baths and diaper changes and feeding him and taking him to the doctors and everything, at that point I was already a bit concerned about how well he would be taken care of if left in her sole custody. As well as the fact that, the amount of abuse and negligence that I would expect from her, especially if she's out with, what kind of strange men would be coming by every day at that point around my child? And I'll tell you this. A week after we were split, her parents already had everything drawn up with a lawyer, which means they must have already had that shit on speed dial and set up in advance. Because there's no way, because here's the thing, they didn't find out until like a couple days after the divorce. That means within days, not week, like literally just like 3 days, they already had a lawyer with paperwork drawn up for them to have custody. And at that point, it was literally the only legal way to protect him from his mother. Like, it's not like I took him from her in spite, even though I would have every reason and right to be fucking spiteful. No, it had nothing to do with that. It was literally, she was a complete fucking danger to him. He would never have survived. And given other things that have occurred in the past few years in regard to how she was, yeah, he would never have survived. He would have been dead within a year. Basically, had I not signed that agreement her parents signed up, he would have died. He would have died within a year. So, every decision I made kept my child alive. I did what was required in order to protect my son, in order to keep my son alive. The funny thing is, a week after we signed that paper, the guy that she was planning to marry and was her affair partner, which is a different person from the person that she cheated on me with to give me fucking mono and put me in the emergency room. Which, by the way, since the time being put in the fucking emergency room for that, yeah, my body's just sort of produced less testosterone. So that sucks. But there's really nothing I can fucking do about that. And of course, like I said, for about a year I was taking testosterone gel while I was working at Skynet, but of course, after quitting that job, I don't have medical insurance anymore, so I haven't been taking that for a few months, so obviously that's probably affecting my ability to build or maintain any muscle as well. Main point being, because I don't have insurance anymore. Heck, about a month ago I had really bad ingrown toenails, and, couldn't really afford to go to the doctor, so I just sort of jammed because I'd be going out for walks and my toes would be bleeding from the ingrown toenails. So there'd be blood coming out of my toes. So obviously I couldn't really afford to go to the doctor. So, granted, I have had one doctor's appointment about a couple months ago, and it was just sort of a thing to double check my bladder. They did like an ultrasound on my bladder, and also did a test where I peed into a thing that had a scale attached to it, to detect how fast and how hard fluids were moving. which I don't fucking understand, but main point, like, they did like a little thing where they put the gel over the pubic area where your bladder is, and did an ultrasound. Basically, they needed to check to see how my body did with because I had a bladder surgery back in October, which was, okay, it's June 30th now, 7:23 a.m., 2024. I think it's Sunday. I think it's Sunday morning in Ohio. Anyway, I think it was surgery took place back in October, so November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. So 8-ish, 9, no, that's 9. 8-ish, 9-ish months ago, I had a bladder surgery. And I'll say this. My dad drove me and mom to the place. The mom stayed with me during the surgery. And then dad came, picked us back up, drove us to my apartment. My dad actually drove up on the curb a little bit to try to get me closer to my front door. And then he actually physically held my hand and helped me to my front door. My mom stayed at my house, my apartment, for 3 days and 3 nights. I also had an extremely large catheter up my dick, like the thickness of a fucking number 2 pencil, which was necessary due to the type of bladder surgery I had. A bladder surgery I needed to have, or else my bladder was going to seal itself off and explode. And usually having internal organs explode inside your body results in death. Anyway, the surgery itself was at least minimally non-invasive, because originally the first description of the type of surgery they wanted to do was sound like something out of a fucking horror movie, so I was avoiding that. And that's something that would have required at least 6 months of full-on recovery, which is part of the reason I had saved up so much money, which is helping now with me just taking the time off work and just sort of, I don't know, getting my head straight on everything and just, I don't know, dealing with physical and emotional problems and just sort of getting better so that I can be physically and emotionally stable enough to go to whatever job I do next. But yeah, I was in horrible pain. And like I said, when I eventually did have to, like 48, because I had to keep that catheter in me for over 48 hours straight. It was like the thickness of a number 2 pencil. And here's the thing. The parts of it that were submerged into my body via my piss hole. And keep in mind, it was being kept in place with a Foley catheter. So what it is, a Foley catheter is, there's a balloon inflated inside of your bladder, and there's 2 nozzles on the outside of this tube coming out of you. One nozzle leads to a bag that's holding your fucking piss. The other nozzle is a thing where you can take this sort of non-needle syringe and you can extract the fluid out of the balloon in a separate sort of valve system. That's part of the reason also it's kind of so fucking thick. Anyway, you have to not mess with that for 48 plus hours because it's there for a reason. Anyway, when you go to take it out, you need to use that to remove the 10 milliliters plus of fluid that's inflating the balloon inside your bladder. You then have to pull the tube out of your dick. And I'll tell you this, it's the thickness of a fucking number 2 pencil. Secondly, it's been in there for, honestly, if I include the time during the surgery, for over 50 fucking hours. Let's say for over 52 hours. Anyway, at first I tried doing it standing in the shower. I almost completely blacked out. Like, imagine the game Gears of War. Like, everything went full on black and white with an overhenge of just darkness and everything going dark and red around the corners with more darkness. So anyway, obviously my body is not okay with that. So as I'm doing everything I can to not pass out and just fucking collapse, I'm literally just leaning against the side of my shower, unable to feel my arms and legs, and just sit there, standing, laying against the wall, holding myself in place for like 10 minutes or something, until I managed to, have enough blood flow to be able to see colors again. As I'm basically in black and white land with everything dark and dizzy and red on the out, but the red's like black and shit and all that. But anyway, I then go to the bathroom, go to the toilet, and I sit on the toilet, And honestly, it takes a little bit of time for me to compose myself and get mentally prepared for pulling a tube out of my dick. And I'll say this. I even measured it. 14 inches! The distance from the tip of my dick to where the other part of the tube that was submerged into my body. 14 inches that I had to pull out of myself. Do you have any idea how fucking miserable that was of an experience? Both physically and mentally painful and uncomfortable to such a large degree. And then, of course, for a few days after that, I was still in pain, and I was literally screaming in pain every time I had to pee. That being said, like I said, I've had that one doctor's appointment where it was kind of a necessity to go to, regardless of medical insurance or not. And honestly, they actually still paid for majority of it, because even though it's not medical insurance, and as much as people bitch about the American health service system, which I do have some issues with because, I do have some medical debts, they still took care of it because, that is a life-threatening issue if that has problems. And it is something that needs to be kept an eye on as time goes on. So yeah, they did an ultrasound of all that to make sure everything was... Basically, there was no problems, and make sure everything was... I was emptying my bladder correctly, and then... But basically, they did also make sure to remind me that if it ever starts having that problem again, which apparently is a genetic issue, either that or I incurred some sort of injury as a toddler. But mainly, even if that's the case, it still requires a genetic component too. So apparently my own fucking DNA hates me. But it's a genetic problem. But anyway, main point being is this. They mentioned that if it ever starts having the problem again where the bladder starts basically wanting to die and seal itself off from the rest of my internal organs, which, would, again, result in the bladder exploding and killing me, that if it ever does start acting up like that again, that I will require the more invasive surgery, which would be literally slicing me open and doing reconstructive surgery. Which, I'll be honest, I don't even think my body would handle, because honestly my body was struggling with just the little bit of time I was sedated for. So honestly, I think I would literally just die during the surgery. I don't think my body would be physically capable of handling it. Anyway, main point being is this. My body started having more problems with testosterone, since having the issue with the spinal tap and the swelling of the brain, swelling of the spinal cord, the meningitis, and the encephalitis, which was pretty much primarily caused solely by the motto that my wife gave me by committing adultery against me. But of course, I didn't really know about that at the time because, one, people aren't going to fucking tell me about that. Two, I kind of had swelling of the brain, so I think it's kind of understandable. Heck, that time I got hit by that fucking truck is actually when my ex-wife first actually mentioned to me that she loved me. And we discussed the idea of being in a relationship together, and her saying that she wanted to marry me and have my children. Which, looking back, may have been a bit of a red flag, given the way she was being on about things and other circumstances, which I have already fully explained in community posts in the past. But, to be fair, not only that I had a life-threatening thing that had been a bit stressful of and, kind of almost died, and was a bit emotionally down from that, but also the fact that I had Vicodin in my system, and I had a dozen plus staples across the left side of my skull from a severe head injury, and was literally in bed, covered in bruises, with bruised ribs on it, with a struggle. It took me, even with Vicodin, it took me about a minute to just sit up, and I was just sort of hobbling around. Heck, I think in a couple days after that, I went to go hang out with some friends. They came by, picked me up in a car. I sort of like hobbled and had to actually be physically helped a bit. But went to their car, drove to their house. Well, I didn't drive, but you guys know what I mean. But anyway, I'm there playing Mortal Kombat with them. And here's the thing. I couldn't move my left arm, but I could move my fingers. So what I did is I would be holding the controller with my right hand. And what I do is, since my left hand was like laying by my left hip, I just sort of put my right hand over to where my hand is. So I couldn't really move my left arm. Because it was too injured. I couldn't move my left arm. But what I do is I would just take my right hand, pick up the controller, and then just put my right arm to where my left hip is, and just sort of be holding the controller right by my left hip. Because I couldn't move my left arm. But I can move my thumb and my trigger fingers. And so I could play games like an FPS or Mortal Kombat against people. But yeah, I just couldn't move my left arm. And like I said, I had like a dozen plus staples on the left side of my skull. Funny thing is, the police wrote me a fucking ticket for $200. Even though the fucking big ass truck that hit me was speeding, I still got the fucking ticket. Even though the person, like that fence, because seriously, when I got hit by that, the person who lives there came out and gave me a diaper, and they said, "Oh, don't worry, it's a clean diaper," because the window had obviously been busted out, and my head was bleeding a lot. Anyway, that person has that fence insured. Every year, there's multiple car accidents on that fucking intersection, to where he has enough insurance money to fully replace the fence and go to Las Vegas and gamble multiple times a year. So it's the place is known for it. There's literal gravestones on the fucking intersection from the multiple people that have died there. I remember going see the car later at the junkyard, bent in halfway, everything sort of crumpled, looking at the airbag like, I'm just seeing an airbag covered in like red stuff everywhere, kind of like a tie-dye sort of situation. But there's more red on the airbag than there is white. And I'm looking at this like, what kind of fucking dumbass moron decorates a fucking airbag? I mean, you're never going to see it. Why would you put a decoration on it? Like, why not just a fucking American flag using all that fucking red? And then, again, to be fair, I did just have a major hit to the head. It eventually clicked. Oh, it's not a design. It's not paint. It's my fucking blood all over everything. That white airbag is just a red airbag with a little bit of white here and there in a few spots. That's my blood on everything. But yeah. Like I said, I didn't know about the whole initial adultery thing until a few months after the divorce was official. But yeah, that also explains how I suddenly got mono, a condition that you can only get, in that sort of way. And of course, obviously, I didn't think anything because, obviously, I only have one partner. I'm married, and I don't cheat. So, but at that point, I'm like, I didn't really give it much more thought because, head injury, multiple head injuries through life. But at that point, I'd literally had swelling of the brain and swelling of the spine and meningitis and encephalitis. So that probably impairs your ability to think a little bit at that time. Like I said, I was sending text messages to people to think like I sent them to the right people. But it was just garbled text. It was like I couldn't even type a correct word. Like I was trying to send messages to people, but I apparently... Whatever part of the brain that lets you type things out on a phone to be functional words, apparently that part of the brain was not working. But yeah, I spent 3 days in that fucking ICU, and I was very unwell, and they pumped me full of all sorts of stuff to make my body not die. But yeah, granted, it was a different person than the person she committed adultery with against me then was at least a different person than the person she committed adultery with when she divorced me. But yeah, I didn't, put two and two on that together or find out the rest of the details or be told, like obviously it should have been common sense, but you know, like I said, heck, even the time like when she talked to me on the phone, saying that she wanted to date me and wanted to marry me and be my wife and have my kids. Obviously, that should have been a little bit more of a. But one, really, I didn't have much luck with women, and well, I thought she was somebody I could trust and somebody. And I'll say this: when I married her, I really did love her. I loved her. I trusted her. I respected her. I cared about her a lot. I really thought my marriage would last forever and that we'd have a happy family. I was very wrong. But, there was nothing really wrong with me deciding to try to trust somebody. But, yeah, there were other circumstances around me and her getting together that were kind of very out of the ordinary. But again, I had literally been hit by a truck and had a dozen staples across my skull and was on Vicodin. You know, when she mentioned that she wanted to marry me and wanted to date me and be with me and have my kids, and I agreed. Because one, like I said, she was pretty, at least back then. Nowadays, she does not look pretty at all. She actually... Time is not kind to people. Then again, a lot of my hair is turning fucking gray. So, but, yeah, I really did love her back then. And now I'm of the mindset that I never want to see or talk to her ever fucking again, and I consider her one of the most despicable, disgusting people on the planet. But yeah, like I said, there were circumstances that were a bit out of the ordinary and a bit unusual that I would definitely never repeat in terms of me and her getting together. Just... But, again, to be fair, I had just had a major head injury and was on Vicodin. So... I already explained all those circumstances in a previous community post like a year ago or something. But yeah, I guess the moral of the decision is maybe you shouldn't make decisions when you've just had a major head injury and are on narcotic painkillers. But yeah, heck, I'll say this: when I was with her, we were dating and together for... Let me math for a moment. 3.5 to 4 months. I'd say 3.5 months. We had been living together before I actually proposed. And when I proposed, she literally tackled me to the ground, smiling ear to ear, screaming yes at full volume over and over and over again. She was like so excited and happy about it. She ran to me and tackled me in a hug with such force that she knocked me to the ground while screaming at the top of her lungs yes over and over. Which again, you know, saying that out loud, on the one hand, that's a very enthusiastically happy response. On the other hand, there are some red flags ringing here. In terms of, there are concerns that, you know, on the one hand, yes, you want someone to be enthusiastically happy about that, but given the severity of that, there's red flags. There's definitely red flags. But yeah, and heck, it was about, let's see. It was about like 3 months or so after the issue of me having the swelling of the brain and the spinal tap and the meningitis encephalitis, swelling in the spine, that my son needed to go have surgery to have tubes put in his ears because the middle ear infections were happening in his ears. So he was temporarily not really able to hear sound. And in order to fix that, we had to have him at a children's hospital, and they had to basically put him under anesthetics. They had to, 1, put tubes in his ears, and 2, remove his adenoids. He still has his tonsils. So I hope that's not a major issue in the future, the fact that he still has his tonsils. I had my tonsils out when I was 3 years old, and I assume adenoids too. But yeah, there were some arguments with the doctor and my wife. Initially, we were going to have his tonsils taken out too, but because I wanted him to have his tonsils taken out, my wife then took the stance that he should have his tonsils stay in, and she would not budge on that at all. And of course, my marriage had become extremely unhealthy, and I was married to a psychotic, abusive, controlling bitch who was criminally neglecting our child, and the police didn't fucking give a shit about it, and I couldn't do anything about it because of the way the legal system's set up. Which means I had no power, I had no authority, and there was nothing I could do. We were still fucking just about every day. I was just making sure to use the condom at all times because I wasn't about to subject another child to having her as a mother. But at the same time, 1, I was blaming myself. I tend to have very low self-esteem. And I was blaming myself for the way she was being. And I kept feeling that maybe I could fix things, that I could make it better, that I could just make things better, that if I just tried harder. And yeah, there's nothing that you could do. Like, honestly, and here's the thing, yeah, not all women are going to be like that. But the way the legal system is set up in regard to that, both in terms of way things are during a marriage and a family, and especially the way things are during a divorce, I am never fucking going through that again. And I'll say this, I do not blame my child for anything. My son has never done anything wrong in his entire life. He has never done anything wrong. I love him so much. I am so proud of him. But yeah, he has not done a single wrong thing in his entire life. And I am not blaming him for a single thing. I'm putting 100% of all the blame on his mother, the way she fucking is. But I was literally legally bound to a psychotic, abusive bitch. I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm. Like, he was 2 years old. Our son's 2 years old. Technically, like 2.5 or so. It's Christmas. He is playing with his Christmas presents. He is happy. He is giggling. She is annoyed by the amount of noise that he is making, and so decides to start screaming, cussing, and yelling at the top of her lungs, kicking his toys, picking up his toys with her hands, breaking them in her hands, slamming them into the wall like they're fucking baseballs, and just going on and on. Our 2-year-old son is now crying and starting to walk toward her. I step in between them, and I tell her to stop. I tell her to please stop. She then attacks me. She stops when she sees the blood. If it was any deeper, I would have needed stitches. But yeah, and granted, there's a few other marks that I got because it wasn't the only spot on my arm that got cut. But at least most of the other cuts, faded and didn't really leave much of a noticeable scar. And at least in the recording where I showed my right arm, it's not too noticeable depending on the lighting. But if I have somebody right here in front of me, I can just point to it and I can just trace the scar right here to where I can see it. I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife by. There were multiple times I came home from work to find my son so badly neglected, I thought he was dead. I was literally lifting up my son and thought I was holding his corpse. And then he would eventually respond, "Daddy, I love you, Daddy." And that was a very interesting mix of emotions. But yeah, I gave him a bath, cleaned him up, gave him a lot of hugs, told him I loved him very much. Then I found a spot in his room that was clean and had a bucket of some warm soapy water and was scrubbing up his room while, encouraging him to play with toys and making up various stories about like Sonic the Hedgehog and making him giggle and laugh. But yeah, that was the sort of fucking marriage I was trying to keep together and do damage control on, because if things were that fucking bad with me actually being the only person who, because I was the only person who ever actually made an income, the entire marriage, the entire relationship, I was the only one who ever worked. And yet, here's the thing, I would literally come home and like the downstairs toilet, she would have shit and pissed in it. And she didn't even flush. I didn't even see toilet paper. Was she not even fucking wiping her ass? And like so many other fucking things. And then of course after the divorce, I have so many people come up to me telling me that she was messaging them and she was messaging them, saying that she was actually trying to hook up with them and they were just sort of turning her down and ignoring her. But I'm like, you guys could have told me during my fucking marriage that this was happening. But it's like after the divorce, I have dozens of people coming up to me telling me, hey, here's this message where the person was trying to... I'm like, what the fuck? Main point is this. There's multiple times she even tried to kill me in my sleep. There's times she tried to do certain things to plot having me killed. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, the amount of yelling, the amount of cussing, the amount of insults. I was literally coming home every day to a person who was quite verbally vocal out loud about how much she hated me and considered me disgusting and worthless and bad. Like, there's multiple times in which she would send me messages while I was at work saying that it'd be better if I just go live with my white trash mom and that I should just work, send her my paychecks so that she could live without having, to work herself, and I should just never come home, but I should continue to take care of her. Like, every day was just me trying to somehow figure out, like, what happened to the person I married? The person who over and over was outright enthusiastic about how much they loved and respected me and cared about me, and how much they just enjoyed sitting watching Adventure Time with me. Now it's a person that was literally a threat to our child, who even I was scared to be around, to where every moment I'm like basically on fucking eggshells so that she doesn't like all of a sudden have a fucking psychotic fucking break. And here's the thing, yes, I can admit I have mental illness. I may have ADHD or autism. I've had depression my entire fucking life. I've had thoughts of self-Minecrafting since my earliest fucking memories. I've never attempted it, but I've thought about it every single day for like the entirety of my entire life since I was a toddler. So yeah, I do have mental illness. I may have ADHD and autism. I've never been actually diagnosed with that sort of stuff. I've never gone to a doctor. I'm not even sure what kind of test a doctor would do. I'm not even sure how I would go to a doctor and say, hey, family practitioner, physician person, how can I be tested for ADHD or autism? I'm not even sure if there's a point to doing that. I'm 37. What is the point of me testing that now, at the current age I am? But yeah, I can accept that I have mental illness. I have severe depression. I have very low self-esteem. I tend to be very lonely. I talk to myself and stuffed animals because I tend to spend a lot of time in isolation. I went through a shit ton of bullying in high school. Well, not so much high school, more so middle school, elementary, and primary. But main thing, in school, I was bullied so much that eventually they stopped bullying me because they were worried I was going to fucking Columbine them. But here's the thing, I would never do something that fucking horrible. Like I said, I have never hurt anybody in my life except in self-defense. Heck, I've never even hit a woman. Not even in self-defense. Heck, I remember being 13 years old in school, having Bell's palsy, which means half my face was paralyzed, as if I had a fucking stroke. I literally had to tape my eyeball shut because I couldn't physically close it myself anymore. Every time I brushed my teeth, toothpaste would drool out of my fucking mouth because I was physically incapable of closing that side of my mouth. Half of my face was completely paralyzed for 2 fucking weeks. I had usually, through school, I was bullied by hundreds of people. Everyone treated me like fucking shit. I mentioned it in the Inconsequential video. Yes, it's literally a video on my channel called Inconsequential. It's got a little gif of a dude with blonde hair in the background, sort of doing GIF stuff. But that's supposed to be me. That's being shown there, pretty much. But, yeah, I mean, there are hundreds of people that basically hated me. Thousands of insults every single day telling me how fucking worthless and hated I was. I mean, I literally had people come at me and say, oh, well, maybe if you weren't so poor, we wouldn't fucking... Like, I wasn't really that bad. I was like an average sort of person. Because everybody, like, heck, I was getting rocks thrown at me since I was fucking kindergarten. Like, since day fucking one of existence, everyone fucking hated me. Like, most of my time was just literally... And here's the thing. I went through school and I still aced everything. I got 100% on just about every test I fucking took. I was good at math. I was doing things with math and science that sometimes my teachers were fucking surprised on, and they'd ask me how the fuck I did that. Because I was starting to do things with certain chemistry equations that they're like, we don't even know what the fuck this is. And then I would show them the process of it, and they would look at me really weird like, holy shit. Though you think that I would have made something of myself, given that I, took IQ tests like 12 and 13, like 132, had 4.0 through school, had calculus, physics, chemistry, 100% aced everything, honors diploma, and yet I've spent most of my life just working in factories and warehouses. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm not nearly as smart as I used to be. But one, I couldn't really afford college, and two, I was kind of also a little bit anxious about going to a college because a lot of the issues I'd had, but also it's just, well, I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford going to a college, and I couldn't afford even getting a place. I mean, after I graduated, I spent a few years still living at home, and I'd be paying my own bills, I'd be paying my own interests. Would be paying to help with the rent. So I was paying like half the rent myself while living with my parents. And I'd help around the house. I had a dog back then too. I took that dog for a lot of walks. I felt sad when that dog eventually died of old age. Anyway. But yeah, like there's multiple times, like usually I would have like I got in like thousands of fights. People just kept wanting to beat the shit out of me. I had multiple times people fucking strangled me. Sometimes with sleeper holds, sometimes people came up behind me with a fucking rope around my fucking throat and started choking me out with a fucking rope. I had times where I'd be walking and have 100 people there seeing what's happening, and people run behind me, drop kick me in the back of my knees. And all of a sudden you just have 100 fucking people all fucking laughing at me. And like I said, eventually they stopped because they were worried I was gonna, shoot up a fucking building or some shit. But I would never do that. That being said, I certainly didn't appreciate how I was treated. And granted, even though that shit was like 20 fucking years ago, some cases over 20 years ago, like 25 years ago, I did not appreciate it then, and it still bothers me to this day. It still is something that still bothers me. So I feel a bit unhappy about that. But yeah, like the thing about hitting women. I've never hit a woman in my life. I've never hurt anybody. Like I said, the only time I hurt anybody at all is in self-defense, and I have never hit or hurt a woman even in self-defense. Like here's an example. I was 13 years old. I was 5'11", and I think I was like 150 pounds at that time. So I was like 5'11" from the time I was 13 years old. Though sometimes I'm height. What are you measured? What? There's the word weigh for checking weight. So what's the word for just checking height? Just measure. Like there's sometimes I say like 5'10 and a half, 5'10, and other times 5'11 again. So I'm not even sure anymore. Maybe it's just the shoes now. I feel like I've lost height as I've gotten older. But I still would say I'm 5'11", but I was definitively 5'11" when I was 13, but I was like 150 pounds then. And I think when I graduated high school, I was like maybe 165. And I'd say before I started my job at Skynet, I was like 180 pounds. And at the moment, I'm like fluctuating between 212 and 222. So been trying to do some physical fitness stuff, and the weights has been jumping around, but I'd say on average I'm basically staying around 215 pounds at the moment. But obviously physical fitness is not something you can change rapidly without your body yelling at you for it. But anyway, so I'm like 5'11", 150 pounds. Anyway, there's this woman. She is 13 years old, same age as me. She is like 5'8" or something, but she is like over 400 pounds. And we're in a place that's intramurals. It's like a recessed thing that's indoors by a gymnasium. And there's some people that go out there and play, but for the most part, you have people just sort of sitting there on concrete amphitheater steps. Anyway, there's like 100 to 200 people here. And all of a sudden, the 400-pound woman decides, and keep in mind, I have Bell's palsy at this time. And I'm not really having my eye taped shut at school when I'm doing this. I'm just sort of physically raising my arm and physically closing my eye every minute. Though sometimes I'll tape my eyes shut. But, when I'm doing things like taking a test or reading something, it helps to have that eye open. Or, walking. So I'm just sort of alternating between, tape, and of course when I go to bed at night, I'm taping my eye shut with multiple strips of tape to keep my eye shut the entire night. Because it would be very dangerous for your eyesight to, have the eye not blink. Eventually you'll go blind. That being said, my left eye is forever more sensitive to light. So my eye does squint a little bit. Also, the muscle around there is a little bit weaker. Because, it's, like I said, my body behaved as if it had a fucking stroke at 13. Didn't actually have a stroke, but the nerves in my body cared to disagree. Basically, some of the symptoms of a stroke without actually having the part of the stroke that is your brain wanting to die. So, yay? Question mark? But, yeah. For 2 weeks I had Bell's palsy. Half my face was fucking paralyzed. Doctors would give me these oral steroids so that my body could fix what was wrong with my fucking face. Anyway, so 400-pound woman. Same age as me. Comes up to me and just pokes me in the fucking eyeball. I'm like, what? And I tell her to stop, but she pokes me in the eyeball again, smacks me, kicks me in the nuts, punches me, smacks me again, pokes me in the eyeball again. Everybody is just sitting there, smiling and laughing at the 400-pound woman physically assaulting the 150-pound man with Bell's palsy. And everyone's just fucking laughing and smiling at it as I am being punched and kicked in the nuts and punched in the face and punched in the chest and punched in the face again. And poked in the literal fucking eyeball with her gross ass fucking fingers. And being cussed at and yelled at. And the answer is why was that happening? I don't know fucking clue. In general, for the most part, people bullied me, treated me like shit, because I was considered an easy target. Basically, everyone just liked to do it. Basically, everyone was just fucking sadists, and they just enjoyed the idea of hurting people. At that point, I kind of feel those people probably just went home and would probably be like, oh, let's just take a cat and probably just beat it to death with a brick. Because that's the kind of personality that I feel those kind of people would have. I never did anything fucking wrong to anybody. And yet everybody fucking hated me. But yeah, eventually the bell just went off for the end of the intramurals, and we all just walked to our respective classrooms. Then again, I guess everyone would probably call me a pussy-ass bitch. That, oh, you should have, done something. But also, she was a woman. I know it sounds sexist, misogynistic, and chauvinistic, but I don't want to ever hit a woman. Okay? I hope there's never a circumstance in the future that forces me to have to change that view. It's just... it's just something I feel about. Maybe it was something I was like sort of ingrained in me as a child or something, but it's just, I don't like the idea of hitting people in general, and I certainly would never want to hit a woman. But obviously, during the circumstances of all of that, as well as my marriage, there are some issues. Anyway, like I said, the person she committed adultery with, my wife committed adultery with before the person that she committed adultery with when she divorced me, different people. But apparently she was trying to initiate with like 100 other people, which, even though they all said no to her, one, the fact that she even tried is really fucked up, and two, I would have appreciated those people telling me then. But yeah, anyway, my wife is the one who gave me mono, which it was the first time I had ever been exposed to it. And I was also being overworked at the time, so, my health was already a bit down, and my immune system was already a little bit compromised from just the fact the lack of sleep I'd been getting, because I was having to overwork all the time at my job, because I worked mobile jobs, and throughout my history, most of the jobs I've ever worked a shit ton of overtime. But it's like, not only am I wore down from that, and the fact that when I'm at home, I'm having to deal with a stressful, just psychotic woman who is yelling at me all the time, being miserable to riff, plus I'm trying to take care of my child, and then I'm also hardly ever getting any sleep. So yeah, my health was already kind of fucked, and then of course she commits adultery giving me mono, which then basically just about kills me. Spent 3 days in a fucking ICU being pumped full of chemicals to keep me from dying. And of course, since that, my body has not really produced as much testosterone, which is between that and my job at Skynet, kind of just tore my body down a bit more. And I'm not really sure the future of how well my body can adapt. And honestly, when I do get medical insurance again, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to start taking antidepressants. Doctors have been telling me to take antidepressants my whole life. I'm not sure if I will. But I'm considering it, but I don't want to be dependent on chemicals. Same way, I'm not sure if I'll get back on the gel steroids for the testosterone replacement, TRT, hormone therapy. Let alone at this point, I'm not sure if I need to have them just start jabbing me with needles of steroids. Just needle me full of anabolics shit. I'll say this, the gel definitely was enough to keep me going when I was working at Skynet, because my body was fucking falling apart, and it was just, like I said, I was washing down caffeine pills and Advil with energy drinks. I was used to drink multiple energy drinks a day. I was having 1,000 milligrams of caffeine a day. And they were still like, you need to go faster, you need to go faster. And constantly bitching at everyone. I'm like, I am in pain. My chest hurts. I am doing the best I can. I'm working as fast and as hard as I possibly can. You're treating us like shit. You keep increasing the quotas. And I'll tell you this. The company I left, they're currently being sued for problems they had in terms of HR toward employees, and they're being sued in terms of the quality of their products. Give it 2 years maximum, the company I recently quit will be completely fucking bankrupt. Heck, then again, that's been the case for multiple jobs I have left in the past. Because I'll tell you this, the job I was at before being at Skynet, before I worked for Skynet building T-800s, the company I worked at before was a grocery store warehouse. And I spent a few years there. And I worked a decent amount of hours there. And I'll tell you this, there was not only the main part for the dry places, but also the dry foods and perishables, but also there was a giant refrigerated area the size of most, well, honestly, the deep freezer area itself was the size of most neighborhoods. But the rest of it was bigger than that, and it was usually about 30 some odd degrees, like the temperature of a refrigerator. And then the deep freezer area was usually 0 degrees Fahrenheit. And then there was a ice cream freezer inside there that was usually the size of a house. And that was kept at like -6, -7 degrees Fahrenheit, I'd spend at least about an hour in there a day. Between the restrictive clothing and the fact that I was in such cold environments, that also was not good for, the blood flow of parts of the body, or my veins, or any of that, or my heart, or my lungs, or my head, or any of that. And in the end, what we're doing is we're working for a contract company for a warehouse. And we got replaced by a contract company that does the same thing, but it's run by a multi-billion-dollar organization that does what my company was doing, but for thousands and thousands of warehouses. The company I was working for, they basically went bankrupt, and the warehouses and the company that took over the contract stuff, both of those places are having severe financial hardships too. So basically those places are on the cusp of bankruptcy, pretty much, but at least not nearly as bad as the company I recently left. Like I said, Skynet is having, they're being sued in major lawsuits. Heck, I recently got a thing in the mail. I'll mail that in. That'll be an extra $500 I'll get. Basically, they're being forced to pay out to employees from people from even up to, 2019 even? They're sending out, which means that's not good for a company either. But even aside from all that, they were having to push things in terms of quotas and productivity and hours and shit, and cutting corners everywhere they could, because they were trying to push the bottom line because the company was struggling in terms of money. At times, they were literally having to keep some of the lights off in both the parking lot and in the house, in the warehouse, to where you'd have certain areas, if they're not using that area, they turn the lights off. For several months, and some of the fucking summer months, especially in the winter, it's winter outside, you don't need fans on. I'm like, we're working next to 80 degrees Celsius fucking ovens. I don't care what degree is outside. I'm dying of fucking heat stroke. Yeah, there's ice out there from snow, but in here, I'm next to an 80 degrees Celsius goddamn oven. I am dying of fucking heat stroke. Have the fucking fan on. Because like I said, they turn all the fans in the building off. They turn off the air conditioning. They turn off the fans. Because, we need to save money on electricity. I'm like, you have human beings in a fucking factory building working next to 80 degrees Celsius ovens. Do you wonder why that we actually have had a few people taken? Here's the thing. Some days we would have 5 people get taken out by fucking ambulances. Eventually they started writing people up for having to be taken out in an ambulance. Basically, you had to go to an ambulance? That's a write-up. Jesus fucking Christ. And it's just no matter how hard you work, no matter how fast, you need to go faster. For the time I started, we had a high 90% turnover rate, to where everyone who started, 90% plus, would quit in their first year. We couldn't keep anybody. We're constantly having people quit. And here's the thing, there's some people that actually had to quit because of medical issues. And technically I am too, because eventually my body was at the point where I couldn't handle it anymore. My chest was hurting all the time, my knees were throbbing. And even then, I was just pushing, and I was like, had I stayed there, I was literally going to have a heart attack or a stroke. Granted, part of me still worried that I'm eventually going to have one of those anyway. But I'll tell you this, had I not quit when I did, I'd already be fucking dead. And even though, I did strain my knees doing all that jogging shit I did, it was a different type of knee injury. I was constantly doing these semicircle moves as part of my job, and my knees couldn't handle the torque. And yet, I was taking all this Advil and stuff, just keep going, and yet they'd still be bitching that everyone's moving too slow. I am taking as much Advil and Tylenol as is physically safe for a human body to digest before it gets to the point that it's going to start causing kidney and liver damage. And you're still telling us to go faster. I am chugging and washing down caffeine pills with energy drinks. And you're still saying, we need to go faster, go faster, go faster. I'm like, I'm sorry, your profit margins are fucking falling behind. I'm sorry the economy is not working out great for you. But that doesn't mean you treat us like shit, and that doesn't mean you work us to death. But thankfully, thanks to all that fucking mandatory overtime, I've had the amount, because they at least paid me okay. Not the greatest, but enough coupled with all the fucking hours and overtime being paid time and a half, I at least had enough money to basically just, because I don't get government assistance, I don't get like unemployment money or anything like that. I'm literally 100% off of savings. I receive zero government assistance in any way, shape, or form. It's just all the fucking savings I had from being worked to fucking death. And it's just, I don't spend money on anything. I pay money on my bills. I occasionally get Steam cards to do Let's Plays with. And I tend to get fast food because I'm a fucking fat ass who enjoys pizza. I like pizza, okay? I like to get a nice pepperoni pizza. And I'm trying to ease off of that. And I, at one point, was doing a thing where I'm trying to like drink some milk and stuff. But I'll tell you this, after I got off that fucking bike trail, like when I got to that fucking well next to that bike trail, I was guzzling water out of that thing. Like I couldn't breathe and I kept just swallowing the water as fast as I could. And I went to the grocery store and I just like was guzzling down water out of that water fountain. I got some mixed fruit and a bunch of other stuff. I fucking Sprite. Like I was the whole time I was so thirsty on that fucking bike trail. The only thing I was thinking about was water, 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 water. I was dying of fucking dehydration. Like, granted, that's my own fucking fault for not bringing water. I'm also a bit annoyed at the fucking bicyclist. You see a person limping down the fucking place, noticeably about to pass out, and nobody even thinks to stop and ask me if I'm okay or to offer me water. I can literally see 2 to 3 extra large water bottles sloshing around with water on your fucking bicycles, and no one stops to offer me any water or even check on me in any way. Assholes. Again, my own fault, and I know I'm being entitled to expect that they would have given me some fucking water. I would have appreciated it, though. I understand it's weird. I even tried to wave a few of them down, yelling at them, asking for water. And they didn't even fucking bother slowing down. Okay, I understand. It's weird that a random person's trying to stop you. But do you really think I'm going to try to rob or kill you or something? Like, I'm in the condition where you could probably breathe on me and I'd collapse. It was such a struggle to even get back to the fucking car. Fuck you. Jesus. But yeah, fuck. But I'll tell you this, they're having financial issues. And here's the thing, when I was there, they were having financial issues with their customers to where no matter what, even if and I'll tell you this, in general, the economy and inflation is kind of not doing the greatest in the rest of the country. But I'll tell you this, with the way that company was fucking going, they were having special hardships in terms of their financial issues. Like I said, they were turning off fans and air conditioning for the entire fucking building to save money on electricity. Because at the end of the day, oh, well, we'll just put our employees through it. If a few more people quit, like, we had multiple people literally die of fucking heart attacks there. We had multiple employees literally die of heart attacks. We had, like, some of the highest imaginable turnover rates where, like, everybody was just constantly quitting. We couldn't keep anybody. And, because we're losing so many people, let's just push the people we have left who are staying through this harder. Heck, when they, at one point, a couple years before I quit, they had a meeting where they tried to brainstorm ideas for people. Basically, they just had us sit in a room for like 20 minutes and say they showed on a fucking projector their costs, and they showed that the major thing that was costing them money was having to train new employees because we were having people quit so much that it was the number one expense the company was having to deal with, was that we couldn't keep anybody. But then again, maybe if you treat your employees like shit and you're constantly working them to death, and like I said, they're currently under a lawsuit from how HR was with people in terms of they were actually shorting people on their fucking paychecks. And here's the thing, in terms of the product they're making, they're also under lawsuits from that. So the company itself. So even if the economy was perfectly fine and inflation didn't even exist, and even if there was no problems in terms of their employees quitting, let's be clear. The company itself, in terms of just the product and the way their own business model is running, that company has 2 years maximum before it's completely bankrupt and probably burnt to the fucking ground. But like I said, before I worked at Skynet, which I worked at for quite a few years, I worked for a grocery store warehouse for a few years. Which again, wasn't really the greatest. I think the biggest issue with that was just the fact, which I'll tell you this, in and of itself, the job itself wasn't bad. But one, I didn't get paid very much at all. So I was paid way too little. But the job itself wasn't bad. I didn't mind it. But I do feel that all the time I spent in the fucking refrigerated areas and freezers wearing, because I'd usually be wearing those overcoats things and a bunch of toboggans and gloves and, you know, those like really insulated suits you wear that are like really tight on the body. I'd be wearing that as well as multiple jackets underneath, and I'd be usually wearing 2 sets of pants. Like I'd be wearing multiple pairs of socks, a set of long johns, a set of pants, multiple shirts. I'd usually be wearing 3 shirts at a time, 2 jackets, and then an overcoat sort of thing. Sometimes 2 sets of gloves, and a toboggan, and a hood from my jackets. And I'd still be cold a lot of times to where by the time I'd walk out of that freezer, I couldn't feel my hands or my feet. Like it literally would take a few minutes for me to get the feeling back to where I could even feel my hands and my feet, which probably was not good for my heart, my lungs, or for the veins, the vascular system in my body. Heck, I'm pretty sure the nerves probably didn't like that either. Before doing that job, I worked for a different job. It was a job I did for a couple years. It was perhaps the worst job I ever did in my entire life. No, scratch that, it was. So, I did my job at Skynet for quite a few years, and then I was in a grocery warehouse for a few years. And then, before that, I worked 2 years at the worst job I've ever worked at in my entire fucking life. My job was I was an electrostatic painter. What that is it's a system that uses powdered metal and powdered paint to shoot this powder out of a gun that is made out of basically PVC pipes and shit. That is using high air pressure mixed with an electrical charge to shoot this stuff. And we didn't have proper ventilation either. I was just wearing fucking dust masks. I went through about a dozen dust masks a day. I sometimes worked 70 hours a week at that fucking place. I worked myself to literal death there. I was sick all the time. Eventually, I literally quit that job because my health was so bad that it's just, I was, like I had a constant feeling of nausea 24/7. And just weird pains that were just occurring out of nowhere. I was in horrible pain. And it was pushing me way too far. And a lot of times back then, I was also just sleeping like 1 hour a day because, well, that was early points of my marriage, I think, or something. I'm not sure, or at least toward the end of that job anyway. But anyway, I'd be coming home covered in pain and had to wash that stuff off me. Even though I was wearing these white paper suits, it still would go through that. I went through like a dozen plus dust masks a day because we didn't have proper air masks or ventilators or anything. We're literally just, and so here's the thing. Even though I was wearing a dozen plus air masks, dust masks that kept getting clogged to the point you couldn't breathe through it anymore, I was still breathing and ingesting powdered metal and powdered paint into my lungs and my stomach. I was literally, like every time I drank something, I drank water, it tasted like blood. I drank water, it tasted like copper. All I could taste was paint at all times. I would be chugging down entire 2 liters of Mountain Dew in under a minute. And I couldn't even taste the Mountain Dew. All I tasted was blood and copper. The entire time I was working, I would be vomiting in my own mouth. The job required me to eat my own vomit. Heck, there was a lot of times we were working, and what was happening is they had us clock out for lunches, but they needed me to work through my lunches. So what happened is when lunch came, I would clock out, and then I'd go back to work, and then when it came time to where my lunch was supposed to end, I'd clock back in again. So I was being forced to clock out and work through the clocked out lunches. Heck, only job I ever worked where I drove fucking forklifts. And I was doing stuff OSHA would have never agreed with. I was driving things that were 3,000 plus pounds of steel, 20 feet fucking in the air, making turns with it over people. Heck, and there's times where I had to lift it up higher onto these weird rack things. I'll tell you this. I have a fear of heights, and I'll tell you this. That triggers looking up when, like, even though you're pretty much on the ground, you're looking up at this thing in the air that's 3,000 pounds of steel that's over 12 feet fucking long. I had fucking vertigo looking up to where, honestly, even though I was much younger back then, I was literally having straight up panic attacks. Like, my chest was feeling so bad that, like, my vision was blurring and things were turning dark and black and red, like the time when I was basically about to pass out pulling a fucking tube out of my dick. Except, there's no physical problems with me at this situation. It's literally I'm just raising metal up into the air and I'm literally freaking the fuck out. But yeah, and of course I did other things where I was having to move, metal and carry things, and it was pushing things really hard on things. And I'll tell you this, the general system for how the way the paint system works is this. What you do is it's a long line of things that are on a conveyor, not necessarily a conveyor belt, but it's a system of hooks and pulleys to where there's wheels that are set on a metal track that's like up like 10, 12 feet in the air. And you have these 3-foot long metal poles. Well, hooks. They're 3-foot long metal hooks. Just imagine a giant spoon, okay? But it's got like a hook on it. And you're using other hooks that are a mix of these tiny little C hooks that are 3 inches long, these small little S hooks that are also 3 inches long, small little J hooks that are 6 inches long, and then also you have these other J hooks that are 12 inches long. Anyway, use these systems of these hooks to hook these metal things onto this shit, and sometimes it would be boxes of like hundreds of things that are small, and sometimes it would be these long series of 12-foot long heavy ass things that are all hooked to each other. And of course you're constantly told go faster, 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 faster with that. And of course you have to type in stuff to computers, organize things, use paperwork. And what happens is, it gets hooked onto the thing, it goes around, and then it gets into this thing where it gets blasted by water. And of course, once a month we had to go in and clean these PVC pipes that had all these water spouts that were shooting things out. But they were covered in black mold, so once a month I had to go into this humid thing that had these giant 10, 20, 100,000 gallon water tanks of boiling water and chemicals and shit, and occasionally I had to go backwards in the back of it to like do chemical tests to make sure it had the proper acidity, whatever bullshit. Then of course also the electrical consoles that affected the Gamma and Ion Tech booths. You had to adjust the electrical values of that shit so that you could adjust how much electricity was being pumped out of what part. And you had to monitor that. And I'll tell you this. In general, I don't like the feeling of metal. I don't like the feeling of... Like, here's the thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with people getting piercings or tattoos. But I don't like the idea of even being written on my skin. Like, even like a pen being right on my skin. I hate that. I don't like things being on me. Whether it's like a sticker or ink. Even if it's temporary. I don't like it very much. Like, I have never worn jewelry. I don't have piercings. But that's because I just really... And it's not like I see anything really morally wrong with it. It's that I just really... And I've dated women with piercings and tattoos. That's fine. I'm okay with that. That's their choice on that. That's what they are comfortable with. But as far as me, I am absolutely just... It's an absolutely overly strong emotional aversion to the idea of even having metal on my skin. Not even as a piercing. Like the idea of wearing a bracelet or something. Like it's... Or having even just a marking on my... Like not even a permanent tattoo or anything. Just like the idea of like... If there's like ink or paint or something on my actual skin. Like it... My whole life, I really, really don't like that. Though of course, I didn't have a choice in the fucking matter with that job. So I'd just be there. And even though I was wearing a white suit, my entire body would be just covered. My face. Everything was covered. Like I would take off my shoes and socks after that day of job, and my feet would have paint on them. I would take off my pants, underwear, and my fucking crotch would have paint on it. I'd have paint inside my ears, to where I'd be... Heck, it was about 6 months after I quit that job that I eventually stopped coughing out paint. Like up to like 5+ months after I quit that job, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, go to the bathroom, and I'd cough really hard. And all of a sudden I'd look at the sink and I'm like, oh, there's There's Federal Blue. There's Satin Black. There's River Gray. There's Standard Gray. There's Safety Orange. There's Safety Red. I'm coughing out paint out of my fucking lungs 5 months after I quit the job with the fucking paint. I was still occasionally digging paint out of my fucking ears. Heck, one thing I was doing sometimes, and heck, it grossed the fuck out of my wife at the time. Like, we'd go out to eat or something. And I'd feel a pain in my eyeball. And I would just take my fingers to my eyeball. And I'd pull a string of basically yarn out of my eyeball. Do you have any idea how fucking uncomfortable that is? And granted, yes, I understand that. It's understandable that probably made my wife a bit grossed out because she thought that was really gross. I mean, I would expect her to. One, it's gross. And two, it's your fucking husband doing this. You know, maybe have some fucking compassion for me. The fact that I'm in something that's, you know, this is not a pleasant circumstance. Maybe you should, than just feeling grossed out by it, maybe you should fucking care about me. But we've established that was never a thing. After all, she literally said to me word for word when she divorced me that the only reason she ever divorced me, I mean, she said, well, the reason she divorced because she felt bored. But she literally said the only reason she fucking married me in the first place was that she didn't want to have to work and she didn't want to have to live with her parents. She literally only married me because she knew I would provide for her and pay the bills. That's it. She literally said that word for word. But literally the only reason she even said that to me in the first place, even like when I got hit by that truck, she said that was true even then. Like when she said it back then, it was simply that she knew that I was somebody that worked hard and that she knew then that she didn't want to be around, that she wanted to have a place of her own, but she knew she'd never be able to afford a place on her own. And she knew that I wouldn't expect her to work, and that and she even said that she knew because she had talked to other women I had dated and said that, oh, I knew that you'd be easy to manipulate. Do you have any idea how weird that is? To be told by the woman divorcing you that literally the reason they married you in the first place, the reason they even brought it up in the first place, was because other women that dated you described the relationship and explained that I was just extremely easy to manipulate. That I was an overly nice person who was a hard worker, that was naive and overly trusting of people, and also was just really desperate for somebody to love me, and I tend to be very emotionally bonded to people in relationships with them. And that, yeah, apparently the best way to describe me that anybody that's ever dated me described me. That's also kind of weird. Like, why was she already discussing me with my former girlfriends? Like, all the girlfriends the serious relationships I'd had in the past. My ex-wife, before she even mentioned the idea to me that she loved me and wanted to marry me, she had apparently already been talking to them about how my relationships were going. So apparently it was something she had been planning out for a while. It's just me being hit by a fucking truck was a good opportunity to take advantage of. Which again, don't get me wrong, I'm still grateful that I was married. I'm extremely happy I have a son. And let's be honest, when she mentioned that she loved me, I was overjoyed. I was like, I was really grateful. Wow, that was because I was used to the idea of nobody fucking giving a shit about me. Like all the relationships I had really did not work out very well. And I was just, it was a really good thing to hear. Heck, I got hit by a fucking truck. And I had somebody tell me they were glad I didn't die. She literally said that word for word. She was glad that I wasn't dead. That I didn't die being hit by the truck. Because all things considered, that should have fucking killed me. I had a full-size fucking pickup truck going 75 miles an hour, slam it right into my driver's side. By all accounts, there's no way I should have survived that at all. And I'm laying in my bed, having basically almost died, have a dozen or so staples in my head. All of my ribs are bruised. It's hard to breathe. My body from my waist to my toes is covered in black and purple bruises that that look and feel like basketballs. I can't move my left arm, and I'm on Vicodin. And somebody tells me, after a lifetime of me basically being alone and betrayed and abandoned by everybody, and being told over and over how unlovable and unwanted I am, somebody finally tells me that they love and care about me, that they cherish me, that they want to marry me, that they want to have my children. And keep in mind, I'd wanted, since being young, I'd wanted to have a family my whole fucking life. It was like a dream I thought would never be possible, that I could have children, that I could have a son, that I could have a family. After all, granted, don't be me wrong, I love my parents. I love my mom a million times more than my dad. I'm grateful they raised me, and for the most part, they did a good job. But certainly I have my grievances on certain things, especially since they were a bit of alcoholics up until I was like 11. And that was extremely unhealthy, a lot of things that were happening. But in general, I'll say this, my parents did a good job raising me. And all in all, they took good care of me. And I had video games like a Sega Game Gear and a Game Boy and a Sega Genesis, and my mom had the NES that we played with, and eventually we got a PlayStation 1, the original one. Heck, they even bought me an Xbox at one point. I really appreciate it. I liked playing video games, watching anime and all that stuff, and TV, and I really was a person who got into movies and reading books a lot. And they let me go spend the night at friends' houses, because I had friends I made through Boy Scouts. Granted, they were all 2 to 3 years younger than me, but they're my best friends, and in fact, I consider those guys, like I thought of them more as my brothers than just my best friends. Granted, I haven't seen any of them forever, and I'm not sure if anyone even remembers I exist, or even if, do they even remember I'm alive? Do they even remember me? Do my friends even still fucking care? And again, I understand it's selfish of me to think, but here's the thing. None of them fucking call or text me. Let's see. 2 of them are brothers. Their first names start with the letter B and the letter C. One of them is a police officer. The other was in, West Point military, and now is actually teaching engineering classes and math and stuff while still being in the military. And then, of course, another friend, his name starts with S, was part of that main group. I'm actually thinking about trying to get a job in his company. So I texted him about that a couple months ago, but I've still been trying to put my resume back together just because the flash drive that had my old resume doesn't work, and I don't have any printed copies. So, and the version of it I made up off of memory I don't think is working well enough, so I'll have to try to find the original if I can find a printed copy somewhere buried under something. Fuck. But yeah, it's just I haven't heard from them. They haven't talked to me. Heck, even that one friend I texted about the job thing, I just asked him about the job, and that was it. No, how am I doing or anything like that. It's just, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I'll say this, the only 2 people in this world I actually love are my mother and my son. But it doesn't mean I don't care about my friends, but it's just I haven't heard from anybody in such a long time. Nobody talks to me. I'm always alone. I spend my time either talking to the computer or talking to stuffed animals or walking on a bike trail for way too long and getting a severe sunburns everywhere. But it's just, it'd be nice if they texted me sometimes, just, or just we're in town and just wanted to hang out with me. I miss my friends. But yeah, it's just, do you have any idea what it's like to be married to somebody that fucking hates you and resents you, and it's just you're legally bound to this person, and this person is just horrible. You're constantly being told how much you're hated every single day. It's just yelling all the time. And of course, your child has to be dealing with this. And now you're okay, I can't go through a divorce, because if I go through a divorce, she'll get custody, and I'll lose my child, and he'll be endangered. Because one, I don't want to lose my son, and also, if he's already being neglected to this point during the marriage, then what's going to happen during the divorce? So I have to keep the marriage together, or else, my child could wind up dying. And of course, there's things that happened after the divorce that proved that absolutely would have been the case. Simply put, had I not signed the paper for him to be, because like I said, he was 3 years old when when we got divorced, and yeah, actually it was only about a month after his 3rd birthday when he basically moved out. And granted, there was a couple times before that and months before that where she left for about a week. First time went to the guy's, because the guy was actually living with his dad and his stepmom that she was leaving me for. Then went there for about a week, came back, and of course at that point we have a divorce being filed. So I'm going through a divorce, but my wife, who is divorcing me, is still living with me, sleeping in the same bed. Now, we're not having sex anymore because, well, she's fucking another dude. And I'm not about to touch somebody like that because that's fucking gross as shit. But at that point, I'm trying to just get through the divorce, manage the collateral damage, just trying to find a way to have some sort of favorable custody situation to where I can still have rights to my own child. And be able to make sure that after the divorce, my son is going to be well taken care of. Because at the end of the day, every choice I have to make is based on protecting my child. Then, of course, later, a few weeks after that, she leaves for another week to a fucking motel 100+ miles away. For 5 days, my child did not see fucking sunlight. The other people at the fucking Roach Motel were complaining to the fucking management. These are people that are there because they're either druggies or are in some sort of criminal activity or doing something, people that want to be kept to themselves and usually don't give a fuck what anyone else is doing. And yet these people were so bothered by the noise of where my wife was that they wouldn't complain to management. That they thought my wife and the guy she was with there were abusing a dog. They thought my son was a dog. Do you have any idea the amount of anger I feel over that? Especially when I talk to the cops about that sort of thing, and they basically tell me I can't do anything about it, or else I'll be thrown in jail. And then guess what? Now she has full reign to be completely the one in charge of what happens to my child, and I can't be there to try to mitigate and control things enough to keep it from being, a death scenario. Like, I'm just doing everything I can to keep my child alive. And yet, even despite all that, I was still blaming myself. Even through all that, I was still treating her with kindness and trying to be civil. Even through all of that, the day we went to finalize our divorce, I looked at her and I told her we don't have to get divorced. You can just stop seeing the guy that you're cheating on me with and never see him again, get tested for diseases, and promise you'll never do any of these horrible things ever again. And I will forgive everything and I'll act as if it never happened. We can tell the judge we changed our minds, we can stay married, we don't have to get divorced. And she basically just looks back at me and giggles and says she's going to get her freedom. We're literally there sitting in front of the judge. She's laughing and smiling. And I'm struggling my hardest not to actually just start crying. Heck, when it came time to actually say anything, I was struggling to get air out of my lungs just to fucking talk. Like, I was emotionally fucking distraught over everything happening. And here's the thing, I'm happy I'm divorced. But I was distraught over the fact of everything that had fucking happened and what the scenario I was in, as well as I was still really worried about what was going to happen to my son in the future. But at least I had somewhat of a somewhat favorable custody arrangement to where I'd still be able to see my child. And I was the only one still actually wearing my wedding ring at that point. A week later, me and her were sitting with her parents in front of a lawyer's office, signing a paper for my son to be in her parents' custody because of how badly she was in that 1 week in regard to the child care of our child. It was that bad within 1 week of me not being able, not to mention when her parents found out from her own mouth what had happened at that fucking hotel, or the time that she left to take him to, her affair partner's dad and stepmom's house, or the other things that she had been doing and saying, particularly that hotel thing, and the time of what was happening in the first week of the divorce. Since the first week since the divorce was official. The events that took place during that time. Her parents were literally threatening her with being sued with criminal cases. Basically, they were saying, yeah, you need to sign this or we are going to press criminal charges on you for what you have done. Like, the laws may not be favorable in regard for your husband to be able to do this, but they're like, Jesus Christ. And here's the thing. Within the months after that, she just went full more psychotic. For a little while, she even lived with her parents because she had no place to live. But I'll say this. Her own parents are scared of her. And they're terrified of the idea of my son ever being alone with her. Ever. And I signed the paper because it was the only way to protect my son from his mother. And honestly, I'll say it was dumb of me to want to try to save my marriage, but it was sincere. I really wanted to. And it fucking saved me. Because I'll tell you this, had I been okay with the divorce, had it not bothered me, had I wanted the divorce, she would have never given it to me. Had I wanted the divorce, the moment she would have realized that I wanted the divorce, which I'll tell you, I didn't. I was trying to save marriage. I sincerely was trying my hardest to save that marriage. Even I really shouldn't have. It was fucking stupid of me so much to want to try to save that marriage. But I'll tell you this, like, as much as it's completely stupid and moronic of me to tell her that thing before we went to see the judge to finalize it, saying that, we can stay married, that I don't want to get divorced. I meant every fucking word, even after all the horrible shit that happened. Even though, while saying that, I can look down and see the fucking 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my most recent Christmas by. I meant it. I meant every fucking word. I sincerely wanted to save the marriage. And the fact that I wanted to save the marriage fucking saved me and my son's life. Because had I been okay with the divorce, she would have insisted on staying married just to spite me. If I had been okay with the divorce, if I had wanted the divorce, she would have made it impossible for us to ever be divorced, and we would have been stuck being married for the rest of time, and no matter how much money I would have ever paid on a lawyer, I would have never been allowed to have that divorce, no matter how badly I could have ever wanted it. But the fact that I wanted to save our marriage actually fucking saved us. Because I'll tell you this, had we not gotten divorced, had she taken me up on that offer, and we had stayed married, we would have had one more child, and then she would have murdered me, she would have murdered our son, and she would have murdered the other child. And that's assuming me and my son would have survived, just not dying of the conditions of living with her. But yeah. And I'll say this. She even lived with her parents for a few months after all that happened. Because here's what happened on that timeline. Within a week after the divorce was official, me and her were sitting with her parents in front of a lawyer, signing papers for them to have custody. And I signed it because it was the only way to protect him from his mother. A week later, the affair partner that she left me for, well, actually about a little less than a week, or about like 4 days. 4 days after we signed that paper, the guy who she cheated on me with and was planning to marry, that she was in such a rush to divorce me because she wanted to marry him, he decided to ghost her. He saw everything about how she was, and for a while there, he was just staying with it because, one, he was a desperate fucking loser. Two, is that he thought she was pregnant with his child because they had been having tons and tons and tons of unprotected sex. Anyway. Two days after the divorce was official, she stopped by for about a half hour to pick up a few things that she had left over here. And of course, she had her parents as an escort at that point, because they had just found out about the divorce. And of course, this also led to them finding out about the conditions of how she was treating our child, not only during the marriage, but also they could see how he was doing within just a few days of, just her, and how bad that had gotten. That being said, when she picked up her stuff from my house, she decided to just take a shit and a piss in my upstairs toilet. Which, in of itself is already fucking gross. I've already mentioned that she did that multiple times while married. Just take a shit and piss and just, not flush or even wipe because I don't see toilet paper. But here's the other thing. It was also full of period blood. Just a toilet bowl full of shit, piss, and period blood. And keep in mind, at this point, the dude that she was cheating with thought that she was pregnant with. Now, of course, I didn't say anything. But of course, at this point, enough time went by where, she basically outright had to admit it to him because, well, he was trying to talk with her around her parents, and, well, she was quite heavily on her period, basically having to bleed into toilets as she was staying with her parents. And it made it pretty obvious, because even though he wasn't physically there, he was talking on the phone, and, well, he figured things out on that. So knowing that he was no longer possibly, the father of a child for her, he then decides, okay, he's scot-free, time to get the fuck out. Ghosts her, has nothing to do with her. Then a week after that, after he, ghosts her, my ex-wife begs me to remarry her. She literally comes up to me at my job. Actually gets hired there for a while herself, just so she can be near me. She was even calling me a bunch. But yeah, she literally got down on her knees even, was begging and groveling, begging me to take her back. She was even just straight up saying that she wanted to remarry me. And here's the thing, not once did she say she was sorry for anything. Not once did she say she felt bad for how she had acted toward me. She just said over and over about how much, rent would be, and not wanting to live with her parents, and worrying about medical bills, and how much to pay for her phone. Because like I said, literally when she divorced me, she literally said word for word that she only ever got with me because she wanted me to pay her bills. Because she didn't want to have to depend on her parents or anybody. She just wanted somebody that would pay her bills. She said that literally word for word. She also mentioned that she'd already been talking to multiple girlfriends of mine before, and apparently the main way people describe me as someone, apparently I am easily described as someone who is naive and easily manipulated. So, if we rewind to back when I was hit by that fucking truck, and I was laying in bed with a dozen staples across my skull on Vicodin, and somebody tells me on the phone that they love me and that they're glad I didn't die, and they're happy I'm alive, and that they care about me, and they're my friend, and they care about me, and they love me, and they want to marry me, they want to have my kids, and they want to be with me forever. This is somebody who is admitting later, as they divorce me, that the whole reason they had, that the thought process they had, even back then, when they were talking to me when I had all those staples in my head, after I'd been hit by a fucking truck, that I was easily manipulated, whatever. Main point is that they're literally just saying that, yeah, the best way that any of my relationship partners in the past described me was I was naive, overly trusting, and easily manipulated. And also that I tend to have very strong emotional bonds with people, and that's easy to take advantage of. Which, that irritates me. That's apparently the way that people that I had relationships with describes me, as somebody that's just really easy to manipulate. That's, again, I know I've said this statement multiple times, but you have any idea how angry that feels makes you? You have any idea how angry that makes a person feel? Or like I said, the thing where I came home toward the end of the marriage with the whole adultery thing already going on and going through a divorce and having a child who had basically been locked in his room the entire fucking day, screaming and crying, and then he doesn't look like he's breathing, and I pick up my child while kneeling next to him, and I think I'm holding his corpse. And then he says, "Daddy, I love you, Daddy." And, and then take him to the bath, get him scrubbed up, and, basically nurse him back to health. And it's just like, one, like, nobody can fucking help me. Even if I were to actually try to help, at the end of the day, they'll just take her side, at which point, it's just, at that point, anything I do would just put him in more danger. So at that point, I have to make decisions based on what protects my child. Which makes me in a situation where me and him are basically hostages, stuck with this person, because I really can't exert any amount of authority, or else, I don't know what I'll come home to next. And if I get any sort of legal help, it's not going to be in my favor. At which point, who's going to suffer for that? My son. It's all around. But I'll say this. If he had actually been dead, I was going to Minecraft everyone and then myself. Because I don't think you understand the emotional state I was in that circumstance. How that feels. That is not a good feeling. That emotion of feeling like, hey, I'm holding the dead corpse of my child. I was very not okay for those few seconds. I'll tell you this, I felt extremely relieved when my son spoke. "Daddy, I love you, Daddy." I don't think there's enough words to describe how not okay I felt in regard to everything going on. And how much, and here's the thing, I'll still occasionally talk to women and ask girls out when I'm out in public. I don't know why I do that. Like, granted, I've failed every time, everyone rejects me, but it's just, like I'll be somewhere, there's a cute, she's a cute woman, and she's pretty, and I'll start flirting, and I'll start actually asking people out on dates. Without even thinking, I just start, flirting and asking people out. And a lot of times they've been flattered. Like, I know there's one time I was like Applebee's, and there was like this 28 or 29-year-old waitress, I think, or either that early 30s. Apparently she was even admitted that she's autistic, but she's like really into anime and stuff, and we had a really great conversation about anime and video games and stuff. Like, she was into her whole life. Eventually I ask her out, and she says that, one, not only is she married, but she's a lesbian, so she already has a wife herself. But then she tells me, she's at least flattered that I asked her out. And then we spend our 10, 15 minutes just continuing to talk, and I'm just generally still enjoying the conversation. Now, granted, I was actually, yes, hoping for, a date or something when I started the conversation, because she was cute, and I really was enjoying the conversation started. Like, oh, that could actually be a healthy relationship. But then again, when I got to the point I asked her out, she's like, yeah, I'm already married. Also, I'm a lesbian. And I'm only into women. And I have a wife. It's like, oh, okay. But I was still genuinely enjoying the conversation, so we kept talking like another 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes. And I was giving more suggestions for various animes that I think are awesome. But at this point now, I'm giving animes I think that would be great for her and her wife to watch together as a couple. But still, it's like, in general, I am against ever being married ever again or ever having children ever again. And again, I don't blame my child in any regard for anything. He never did anything wrong. I blame everything on my ex-wife. And again, I'm still glad I got married, because I'll say this, with the way things were in my life, I'll say this, had I not married my wife, I would have probably never been married at all. I probably would have never had a family my entire life. I probably would have never had a child. I would have never had children. And I had wanted that for such a long time. But I definitely could never, ever, 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 ever again. But I'll still say the day he was born is the happiest day of my life. I was so happy to hold that tiny little baby in my arms. He was 8 pounds. And I took 2 weeks off that job I had back then to take care of him and his mother. To basically, and I'll say this, even when he was in his womb, in his mother's womb, I was reading stories to him and singing him lullabies to her belly. I was reading so many child's stories to him when he was young. I was playing with him, teaching him to walk, trying to teach him how to talk and everything. I'll tell you this, when I first started this channel, I was actually starting to read some Winnie the Pooh for webcam stuff. And I'll tell you this, I sound like a fucking demon while reading. Okay? Because here's the thing. I felt sad about not sitting currently reading that to my son. Because I had already been divorced for 3.5 years at that point. And I'll say this. For the first year and a half, he was over every weekend, or every other weekend, to spend the weekend with me. Now, she didn't get a weekend. But he at least came over and spent the weekend with me every other weekend. But then, the whole COVID thing happened and lockdowns, and that became a issue. And then I was a lot more isolated than before. And I didn't take that very well. But I still was seeing my son as much as I could, and I still talk and see my son as much as I can, but I do feel alienated and estranged from my child. But like I said, he at least knows his father loves him and is proud of him, and I see and talk to him as much as I can. I'm still as involved as a father as I possibly can be. But of course, it's not as much as I would have wanted it to be. I still want to see and talk to my son so much more. If I could, I'd see and talk to him every single day. But that's not a possibility. But I'll say this, I'm happy things turned out the way they did. Because had they not, he would have died. And I'll say this, his grandparents take very good care of him. He's happy and he's safe where he is. They love him very much. They love him as if he's their own son. They take such good care of him. he is in the best possible place in the world for him. He is happy, he is safe, he is loved. They take good care of him. And, they allow me to still be a part of my child's life and to spend time with him. It's just, yes, I know it's greedy. I know it's entitled of me. But I want to spend more time with my child. Though, honestly, it's good that he doesn't live with me, because both my physical and especially my mental health have just continued to decline as time has gone on. I mean, I would want to take the best care of my son possible, but honestly, I don't think I'm... Okay, why is there a small picture of, asteroids down there in the search bar of the Windows screen? Sometimes I'll show weather conditions, and just an asteroid. What, are we expecting a fucking comet to hit? The fucking asteroid that kills the fucking dinosaurs? I think that would be more important on the news. But yeah, it's just I'll say this, I know it's greedy and entitled of me, but I want to see and talk to my son more. But it's good that he doesn't live with me, because I really don't think I'm capable of actually taking care of a child anymore. I know some people have mentioned the idea maybe in the future I could also adopt or something from an orphanage or something, but again, it's just I do not feel comfortable with that sort of thing, and I don't want to. Besides, I just don't think I am mentally or physically well enough to do that. Actually, mental health, I don't think I have the good enough mental health to be taking care of a child. I mean, I would certainly want to do my best, but between concerns about the economy, my own physical health, or even just my own mental health, I don't think it would be in his best interest. As long as I can see and talk to him and be a part of his life and be there for him, and as long as I can talk to him, as long as I can see him, as long as I can go over and visit him and spend time with him, that's enough. I just want what's best for him. I love my son very much, and I'm very proud of him. I just want him to be happy and healthy. I just want what's best for my son, even if that's not being with me. I just want what's best for him. But I can't say it doesn't bother me at times, but that's, I think, normal, given circumstances. Just like I said, I love my son very much, and I tend to miss him every single day. When he first moved out, I would literally spend hours just sitting in his room, talking to his stuffed animals. I still go in his room every day for at least 5 minutes and spend some time in there talking to his stuffed animals. He's still got that toddler bed set up. He's just too big for that now. He wouldn't even fit that bed anymore. But like I said, he's happy where he is. He's safe, and he's happy, and he's well taken care of where he is. And honestly, his grandparents on his mother's side, they're taking very good care of him. They're being incredible parents to him. And they're giving him the best life he could ever ask for. And I'm so happy and I'm grateful for that. I appreciate them taking care of him. Yes, I have my own emotional feelings about things. I think it'd be weird if I didn't have those feelings. I mean, I am his father. I mean, it'd be weird if I didn't have those feelings. But I'm extremely grateful that he's with them. I'm extremely grateful that my son lives with them, because they take such very good care of him. And they love him. They sincerely love him with all their hearts. And he loves them. And they're giving him the best life he could ever ask for. And I'm so grateful for that. But yeah. But yeah. For a couple years after the divorce, she messaged and harassed me a lot. I hate my ex-wife. I find her disgusting, and I'm actually terrified of her. And like I said, she lived for a few months with her parents after the divorce, and even then, they noticed that she wouldn't even try to take care of or even acknowledge her own son, even though she was living with them. You know, he was in their custody, living with her parents, and she was living with her parents because, you know, she didn't have anywhere else to go. Because she was trying to move in back with me. She was trying to beg me to remarry her, and I was telling her, no, go away. Never. And she kept even trying to, like, send me messages, like, begging me to take her back, but then she would, like, have emotional issues. And so sometimes it would vary between, like, one day she would send me messages begging me to take her back and remarry her, and the next day I'd get messages about her threatening to chop my testicles off. Yeah. I mean, at one point she literally sent a message saying that no matter how much she hated me and would sometimes squeeze my balls in my sleep, that she never squeezed them so hard to crush my testicles and make them explode, that she loved me that much. Do you have any idea the emotions that go through my head upon hearing this? Also, perhaps more reasons as to... Then again, I also got kicked in the nuts a lot through childhood and teenage years, but still, and of course, had a bit of an issue toward the whole spinal tap brain injury thing, but also this may be an additional layer of why I might be having some problems with testosterone levels. That getting an admission from your ex-wife that she would sometimes squeeze your balls in your sleep and was sometimes considering squeezing them so hard because the idea of feeling them crush and explode in her hands. But she didn't because she loves you. Do you have any idea how fucking psychotic that is? Do you have any idea how that feels on my end emotionally? Like I said, I can admit I have mental health issues. I have depression. I have low self-esteem. I have spent a great deal of time alone. I talk to myself. I have PTSD from at least 30 plus different things. I honestly have PTSD from every single year of my life. Like, I can list like 100 incidents from every decade of my existence as things that would induce actual PTSD. I mean, heck, when I was in school, there was times people strangled me with rope. There's times people tried to stab me. There's times people tried to gouge my eyes out. There was a time where people tried to cut my arms off. There was a time when I was 10 years old, a fucking person in high school came up with a fire axe and tried to murder me, and I had to break the person's nose of a person twice my size when I was a 10-year-old. I have like 100 different things I can rattle off that all have given me fucking PTSD. As well as I'm used to a sort of existence where I feel everyone hates me and people constantly tell me horrible things and insult me and threaten me. I got into thousands of fights of people just beating the fucking shit out of me. Heck, I had a time where it was like half an hour to an hour straight of being behind a fucking convenience store in a fucking back alley having 5 people that are all bigger than me beating the fucking shit out of me for like half an hour to an hour. It was just half an hour of people punching me over and over and over and over and over again, being knocked and slammed to the ground, being stomped on, kicked in the ribs, stomped on my head, being slammed into a fucking brick wall. I had a fucking bruise on the left side of my temple, my left side of my head. I was 13 fucking years old, had a fucking giant ass fucking black bruise on my left temple that was sticking out for inches. I tried wearing a toboggan. It was like late spring, early summer. Still school year. I was wearing a toboggan to a fucking Boy Scout meeting because we had a Boy Scout meeting that night. And I was actually, in charge of something. So I, had to go to try to do it. But the idea is I'm going to go to this and I'm going to wear a toboggan and nobody's going to fucking notice. Now again, stupid on my part because, one, people are going to be like, why are you wearing a toboggan when it's so fucking hot outside? And my reaction was, I just felt like wearing a toboggan. But given the fact that I've been punched hundreds and hundreds of times, I guess between all the massive blows to the head over and over, I guess you could perhaps forgive me for not thinking clearly about it. Also the fact that, I'm kind of a bit of a stubborn, prideful person. And the fact that I was in charge of doing something, and it's like, I'm going to do this thing. Like, I have to do this thing at the Boy Scout meeting, to be in charge of leading this activity and trying to build some things. I'm going to fucking do it still. That being said, aside from the oddness of wearing a toboggan to hide a giant purple bruise that's sticking out about 1.5 inches to 2 inches out of my fucking head, that's like literally the size of a fucking softball. Turns out the hundreds of other bruises all over the face and rest of my body were kind of fucking noticeable. So obviously when people point this out, because I thought I was doing a good job of hiding it and thought nobody would be able to fucking tell, which, apparently that was a complete fucking failure. There was no possibility of that. I'll be honest, I felt a little embarrassed and then went off by myself and spent about a half an hour or so just crying. Then again, that's usually my reaction, I guess. The situation gets bad, I just sort of go isolate myself and cry. I'm a non-aggressive person. The only times I've ever done anything to hurt anybody was a situation where I am literally self-defense and backed into a fucking corner. Like, I have an aversion to the idea of hurting people. To the point that it's honestly perhaps a thing that people criticize me for. That apparently I'm just easily manipulatable, and also I'm just not aggressive. To where I just really don't like the idea of hurting people. Heck, at one point when I was very young, I had the idea I wanted to be a doctor. Because I have the idea, I want to help people. But one, I tend to already have stress a lot back then where my fingers would shake a lot. And I definitely couldn't do a surgery or something like that because I wouldn't be able to keep my hands steady. And also, I really would be worried about doing something like that, because what if I fuck up? What if I do the surgery badly? This is stuff with people's organs and shit. If I do it wrong, the person will die, which means if I'm not perfect, people could die. And heck, there's doctors that have to go through that every day, whether you're doctors or paramedics. There's people like these people, they're good at what they do. They're professionals, they're smart. And yet, I'll tell you this, every paramedic has seen somebody die. And they probably blame themselves for it. Same with doctors. If doctors do enough surgeries, there's bound to be people that are dying during the surgery. And it's not their fault. They're good doctors. They're good paramedics. But the human body is fucking fragile. Movies make things look less harmful than they are. You have people getting knocked out in movies like it's just a harmless little tap. No, concussions can cause major long-term fucking issues. Aside from that is this. You can't just knock someone unconscious and be like, oh yeah, we're just taking you somewhere else. No, there's a good chance every time someone gets knocked unconscious that they're never waking up. Heck, there's times where people wake up and within 24 hours, they fall asleep and die from the concussion. Okay? If you go up behind someone and hit them in the back of the head, there's a chance if you knock them out that blow to the head that they are just going to be dead. That it's like there's so many people that have gotten in fights at fucking bars to where they just throw a punch, even just a single punch, and the person lands their head to the curb. Like, it's not like anybody fucking stomped them in the curb or any shit. Like, you just throw a single punch and that person dies. There's times people have gone to the bars and they've gotten into a fight and they just throw a single punch, knock the person back and left, and then they wind up having cops knock on their door later that day, same night or the next day, telling them, hey, guess what? That guy you punched is dead. Human bodies, yes, in some regards, they're more capable than people give it credit for. But in other regards, people are fucking fragile. Okay? It's easy for a person to fucking die. And this thing, surgeries. How many doctors, especially if you're in a really major city, where you have people coming like with gunshot wounds and shit? I mean, that has to be very psychologically scarring to those doctors and to the paramedics, let alone imagine the military soldiers that have to see the kind of carnage. Even if you're not necessarily in the middle of like something like World War I. Like, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of soldiers in like fucking shit like Afghanistan or the Iraq Gulf War and shit, or even now, right now, dealing with certain, international conflicts that are seeing things that are absolutely horrific and are probably haunting them for the rest of fucking time. And that's another thing. Like, on the one hand, when I was young, I was considering the idea of possibly being a doctor or something. Heck, I think logically, the best course of action for me would have been to be some sort of scientist and like chemistry or biology sort of stuff. But obviously, I didn't have enough money to go to college for that. But yeah, at one point, I remember being young, thinking about the idea of a doctor, but like, I want to help people. But it's just, one, that's so much stress, that's so much pressure. And at the end of the day, it's this: if I'm not good enough at my job, people are going to die. And even then, even if I'm the best at the job, people are still going to die, and it'll because I wasn't good enough. But there's no point there. You couldn't have ever been good enough. Like, there's so many doctors out there that if they've done enough surgeries, people are going to die. It's unavoidable. Same way if you're a paramedic. There's so many paramedics, especially if you're in a very heavily populated area, you're going to see people severely injured. You're going to see bones and flesh and organs. You're going to see people coughing up blood. You're going to see elderly people having to be carted out of buildings, having coronary events. You're going to see families watching a member of their family being carted off to possibly never be seen again. And like I said, whether you're a doctor or a nurse or a paramedic, heck, I'm sure there's plenty of firefighters that have been in situations where they were not able to save somebody. And it's not their fault. They did their best. It was a horrible situation where the building's on fire. You're trying to save somebody. Heck, I'm sure there's lifeguards that try to save somebody, and that person you couldn't save them from drowning. Even at like CPR. And that sort of thing. CPR. CPR is, while it's like if someone's drowning or something, it's good to do CPR. It's probably the best thing you can do. And no matter what, you should always try. But here's the thing. It doesn't work as often as they show in the movies, okay? In general, CPR doesn't have that good of an effectiveness. It's your best option. It's the best thing you can do. But honestly, you're more likely to have the person die than have them be resuscitated. The resuscitation process is actually a fairly low success rate. It makes it look like it's 100% you'll save everybody in movies. It doesn't work that way in real life. In real life, yes, it's the best thing you do, and you should always try. No matter what, you should always try. But in real life, there's the success rate of that is so fucking low. And here's the thing. Every moment that goes by somebody's drowning, that lowers the probability that you're going to save it. Now, of course, again, also temperature things not only affect buoyancy, but also affects oxygen content of water. So, and this stuff has a minor effect in terms of cellular activity in the lungs. So, but that's the thing, it's just, at one point I considered the idea I want to help people, but it's like, paramedics, like, they see, not only even if you do save everyone, you're seeing these people suffering so badly. Day after day. How can anyone live through that? That sounds horrible. That sounds like I don't think I would have what it takes to handle that. Whether it's a doctor or a paramedic or a firefighter or a nurse or a fucking soldier in the military, I cannot take that. I am not built that way. I would not be emotionally able to cope with that shit. No. And even if I could, I wouldn't want it. It's just, that's too much for anybody. It's just the idea, like, on one hand, I want to help people, other than, like, there's paramedics that probably blame themselves. But here's the thing, they did their best. They did everything they possibly could do. It's not their fault. But that's going to be the case over and over. I would say most paramedics probably have a couple hundred, if not a couple thousand people die under their care in the course of their career. And again, I would say it's not their fault. They did everything possible to do the best. It's just, that's just how things work out. And even if that's the case, I'm sure that doesn't make them feel any better. It's just... I mean, heck, it's just another thing about the crying. Like, in general, I tend to be a very stoic individual. I don't really talk to people. I tend to keep to myself. I'm not expressive of emotions. Heck, there's sometimes people have thought that I don't have emotions. There's times I've been around people and they actually thought I'm like a fucking robot. They think I don't have feelings. They think I don't have emotions. I have very, very strong emotions. I have very strong feelings. I tend to be an extremely empathetic person. However, that part of me is kind of broken at this point because that's just eventually, as life goes on, you just get to a point that it's too fucking much. But it's just, I tend to be a very kind of person that tends to be caring. I'm the kind of person like, what would you want to do your day? Can I just sit here and play with kittens and puppy dogs and bunnies? Which I know makes me sound incredibly fucking lame. But it's just, yeah, I'm an adult who plays with fucking stuffed animals or plays Sonic the Hedgehog. I find comfort and I enjoy playing video games. I'm terrible at Sonic the Hedgehog, but I like playing it. I'll just sit like casually play some Minecraft. And it's like, yes, it doesn't accomplish anything, but I'm just like, I'm going to dig a giant quarry. I'm going to just dig giant quarries and strip mines and organize things into boxes and chests. I'm not really building anything with it. I'm just being incredibly fucking OCD. And just being obsessive and addictive personality. And just like, I'm just going to mine this entire place and make a bunch of quarries and strip mines, and here's a bunch of chests that have all cobblestone. Here's this. It's like, yes. But I'll say this, I enjoy doing it. It probably sounds mentally unwell, but I enjoy doing it. I play video games like a fucking psychopath. Like, if I play Warcraft, not the MMO RPG thing, the World of Warcraft, I mean the old school RTS Warcrafts, the Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. So I'd say, honestly, out of all of them, the best one was Warcraft 2. I think it's Tides of Darkness or some shit. But, yeah, you can play orcs or humans, and I think maybe elves. I can't remember if elves exist in that game. And heck, you can even build like wooden boats to get like oil deposits from the middle of a fucking water. I don't think it works that way, especially if you're in a level of technology where you're driving fucking wooden boats. But it was fun. It didn't have to make fucking sense. But I didn't play games logically. I remember playing Empire Earth 2, and I wouldn't play with the idea of winning the game. What I would do is I would just keep building perimeters of towers. Like, if I was going to attack people, I wouldn't be going with their, like, cavalry or military units. I would just slowly build a line of fucking towers. And then I would have soldiers not to attack the enemy, but to just protect the towers. And what I would do is I would just slowly build a line of towers that was heavily fortified with guards, protecting the towers, until I built the tower line all the way to the enemy base where the towers are just beating them. And even then, I wouldn't have the guards, even when they were right next to the enemy base. I wouldn't have them attacking the base. I would have them just focus on protecting the towers. Heck, one of my friends, the one whose name starts with the letter S, he was really good at a hockey game that was on the PS2. And nobody could fucking beat him. He could play on any difficulty with the AI as well. Anybody who played him that game, he won every single game. He played the AI in the computer on the PS2. Even if the AI turned all the way up, even with handicaps against him, he would win every single game. It wouldn't even be close. He was a professional at the game, pretty much. Nobody could even come close to beating him. He won every single game against even the highest level computers. The only person in the world that he could not beat at that game was me. And it was because I was unconventional about how I fucking played the game. Most people, even computers, always aim to fucking win. I didn't focus on that. I focused on just checking the player. Check is like the hockey term for tackle. I just focused on tackling. Even if it wasn't beneficial to making a point, even if I was the one who was supposed to have had the fucking puck, I was just focusing on checking, over again. That was my main focus. And eventually, the computer is programmed to call the game as a draw whenever enough players are injured. Which means I never even had to score a single point. All I had to do was injure enough of the players, and the game would be called a draw. He was never able to win a game against me, because I would always force it into a draw. Or how about that way I play StarCraft? Oh yeah, I was talking about the Warcraft game. Let's mention that first. Warcraft. I wouldn't focus on conquering the other, enemy factions. I would just focus on cutting down all the fucking trees. Basically, let's kill Arbor Day. What I would do is I would just have workers, and my goal would be just to cut every tree on the map down. I would make soldiers, and the purpose of the soldiers were either 1, to guard my base, or 2, to guard the workers who were chopping down the trees. And then I would just go through the whole game and just cut down all the trees. And then once all the trees were cut down, I would then use my massive amount of resources to then win the fight against whoever was left, because they no longer had any resources. However, I will say this. 70% of the people I played that way rage quit before it got to that point. Take StarCraft. I would play the Zerg. And again, I wouldn't focus on towers. I wouldn't focus on resources. I wouldn't focus on winning or destroying an enemy base. You see, the way the Zerg is, it's like the Tyranids from, Warhammer in a way. But anyway, the way it is every time you build a building, it has this stuff that comes out of it called creep, which is a sort of this biomass stuff that you need on the ground in order to build a building. Like with you had the Protoss, who had must construct additional pylons, and then of course you had the Marines. Anyway, the Zerg, you can only build a building on the creep. And so from your main base, you had a little bit of creep out around it, and what you had to do is you had to basically, so it's like this purplish mold stuff that's like a fleshy organ. Just think like living flesh, but as a building. Anyway, it extends on the ground. You can only build things on that. And every time you build something on that, you extend that area out from it. My goal was just to extend that area. So I would get the resources I need, and I occasionally build some defensive stuff and some guards and stuff, but I wasn't focusing on attacking anyone. I would just expand my base till I absorbed every ounce of the fucking ground on the map so that no one else could build anything. I was the only person who could have buildings. And again, just as with playing Warcraft 2 online, around 70, if not 80% of the people who I played against rage quit against that. Because apparently that is not a fun playstyle to play against. Yeah. I kind of forgot what the fuck I was talking about. I think I was talking about my job when I was an electrostatic painter. Anyway, I did a job for a couple years as an electrostatic painter. Anyway, it would go through these large PVC pipe things that would have these spigots that would get clogged sometimes, like this black mold stuff. Might not have been actual black mold, but it was some sort of mildewy stuff they had to clean the pipes out from because we get clogged. And there are these massive water things underneath. Anyway, it would go through and get blasted with some water. And then it get blasted with this hot water that was mixed with soap and stuff. Then it would get blasted with clean water again. Then it would... one moment. I'm back, sorry about that. Alright, I was mentioning the whole crying thing. What the... there was one time where I was in a gym class, and think it was like 7th grade or 6th grade. Anyway, got punched a few times and someone like jumped on my back and was like strangling me. I elbowed them a few times in their ribs and sort of shook them off. And then I turned around basically ready to fight them, but I noticed like everybody in the entire gym class of like 60 people were all just watching and smiling. They were happy at the thought of me being hurt. At which point I just felt really sad. So then I just left the school for a while and just sort of sat and cried for a while. Like I said, everyone's like, Lunar D8's a fucking pussy and shit. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't like fighting. I enjoy anime. I enjoy fighting shows. I try to copy Mike Tyson's fighting routine. I'll never be as good of a boxer as he is. Even close. But I enjoy watching boxing matches. I enjoy trying to copy boxing routines. I have a punching bag, but I'm not sure if I'd ever feel comfortable punching a person. I don't like that sort of thing. I mean, I've had to in some circumstances, but I didn't like it. But, I enjoy just, lifting some weights and punching a punching bag. But, yeah, if you took one look at me, you would assume I'd never lifted a weight in my life. But, yeah, I am very non-confrontational, and everyone basically considers me a fucking pussy and a weakling and a coward and all that for it. And it's like, I mean, is it really that wrong that I just don't want to ever hurt anybody? Like, I mean, the only times I've ever have hurt anybody was self-defense. It was a situation where I was basically backed into a corner. It's like, and in several of those situations, had I not defended myself, I would be dead. Okay? It's just, and yes, stuff still bothers me. I'm sorry I have, emotions about that shit. And that's the thing, in general, I tend to be very stoic, like out in the real world. I don't talk to people about my feelings. Granted, there was a time where some bad things happened, including my eldest sister dying, and heck, I was typing a bit about the circumstances of that in the video where I was showing off my sunburn, and I started to cry as I was typing that just because I felt a certain type of way when describing things that I'm trying to avoid describing now, because if I do start actually describing that scenario, I will actually start crying. But I was between that and then a major breakup I went through back then, which was long before my ex-wife, or at least a few years before meeting her. I had bottled up my emotions my whole fucking life. Yes, I'd sometimes cried a bit, but I'd always, snuck off to be by myself to cry and do that. But after a long time of just bottling up my emotions, like I just couldn't handle it anymore. And so I talked my friends' ears off. Heck, I had one friend who was actually I met him because he was best friends with one of my ex-girlfriends. And I met him through that ex-girlfriend. Heck, when that girlfriend broke up with me, I actually went over and visited him. Actually, at his job, he was working as a gas station attendant. And I went over to see him and told him what happened and talked to him. And I was asking him, how do I fix this? What do I do? And, well, I was emotionally upset about that. And I talked his ear off about things. And in the end, it was nice to have someone to talk to. And me and him were just talking about Pokemon and various video games and stuff like that, and animes we like, because he's like as much of a weeb as I am. And it was just, I was really, really overly enjoying talking to him. Heck, I think later that week, played a game of Dungeons & Dragons with him and some other guys, and the next week me and him sat down and played like the entire Halo 3 campaign together. Heck, there were sometimes I went over, just sat and played Minecraft with him. And heck, there were sometimes me and him went out just shooting guns. And I'll tell you this, it's much easier to shoot a clay pigeon with a shotgun than it is with a 9mm. But yeah, I was just really enjoying hanging out with him. I always tend to get way too into when I hang out with my friends and wanting to spend time with them. Which is part of the reason why I'm also a bit annoyed that none of my friends text me or call me or have wanted to hang out with me in such a fucking long ass time. Then again, I understand they have families. And like I said, one's a cop, the other's, actually teaching college classes in a military school. I understand they're busy, and he's still technically in the military and doing other stuff. But, I would still like to sit down and play Halo with him again. Which I know sounds like, oh, that's immature, that's something childish. I don't care, I want to spend time with my friends. Even though we're all in our 30s now. And they have families and major careers. And I'm just a failure loser otaku. With depression that talks to himself. But yeah, especially back then, between that relationship ending and other stuff going on at that time, I talked to my friends' ears off. Heck, the friend whose name starts with letter B, him and his girlfriend, and another friend of his and their girlfriend, well, we all went to a major concert together that lasted a few days. Now, they were at a different hotel, and they were all in the same room with multiple beds, but one room in a different hotel, and I had my own hotel room, my own different hotel, which originally was supposed to be with the girlfriend I had at the time that when we, got the tickets, but of course, that relationship had ended, and so I was just single. That's the hotel I was in where it didn't have the proper shower head. It was originally meant to be for people that were handicapped, but instead of having the handicap shower head on it, it was just a metal tube hanging out of the wall with nothing attached. And of course, I was trying to take a shower at like 1 o'clock at night. And yeah, they were like, yeah, we can't fix it. And I'm like, well, I want to take a shower. And they're like, well, so I just took a shower as is. I used a fucking paper plate in front of it, and the water was just splashing everywhere because it was coming out too fast to shoot your skin with it. Otherwise, I would have cut myself with the fucking water. But there was not a part of that fucking ceiling that wasn't covered in drenched water. I soaked everything in that fucking bathroom. The walls, the ceiling, there was water all over everything because it was just spraying everywhere. But you know what? If they didn't want that to happen, maybe they should have gave me a properly functioning shower. If you're going to leave just a fucking metal tube out of the wall that's a metal hose with no fucking shower head attached, I am going to hold paper plates in front of it and just blast the paper plates and wash myself with all of the water exploding off the sides of the paper plate. And yes, I'm not going to be able to aim that very well. So your whole fucking ceiling is going to be drenched with wet. I hope there's fucking mildew damage for the rest of fucking time on that fucking hotel. Okay, fuck you. Give me a proper shower. That being said, I like to take showers. I take like 15 showers a week. That's the thing, I've never been to an anime convention, but I understand the idea like people go to those things and smell bad. Like, why would you smell bad? Wouldn't you want to smell good? Like, why would you not shower? Why would you not wear... I wear like 2 types of deodorant at a time, and I wear cologne. Now, I'll say this, there were some times I was younger that people would sometimes complain that I smelled bad, but here's the thing. Usually, I had just got off working like 7 to 8 hours at a fucking restaurant with raw meat and grease. Do you expect me to smell good? I haven't had a chance to get to the shower. Or if I'm walking to go see you, I just walked 2 miles in the fucking sun to get here. Of course I'm going to be smelling a little bit. It was like, let alone, oh my god, that 23-mile walk I did. Granted, I was too out of it to probably care about smell. But I'll be honest, when I got home from that 23-mile walk I did here recently, I probably smelled horrible. I probably did. But I was just too exhausted and in pain and kind of dehydrated to fucking care. I felt like such shit. And I went to the shower. It wasn't because of the smell. It was just because I was so sticky and sweaty, and also I had a bunch of blisters all over my feet and the inner of my thigh from chafing. And I felt icky, though I couldn't have much of a hot shower because, the sunburns. It wasn't like straight up ice water, but it was like cool enough to not hurt the sunburns. But you guys get what I mean. Fuck. But anyway, it was a cool concert. I really enjoyed it. I think Disturbed was there. Heck, a really cool thing. At one point,
there was two massive circles. One was people playing hacky sack, the other was a mosh pit. And at one point, those two circles merged, which was kind of hilarious. That's the sort of thing. I did a bunch of mosh pits back then. Oh my god, I couldn't imagine doing that now. My knees honestly just hurt thinking about it. I couldn't imagine being in a mosh pit again. I think I would break something. But I enjoyed going to mosh pits. That was fun. I really enjoyed going to concerts. I've seen System Down in concert. I've seen Korn twice. Heck, I think Avenged Sevenfold was at that concert. And quite a few metal bands. I think Puddle of Mud. Or was it... Yeah, I think it was Puddle of Mud was there at that concert. I really liked concerts, okay? I've seen like Deftones and Smile Empty Soul and Boba Flex. I think I saw Boba Flex in concert like 5 times. It's a cool band, though I think they've officially broken up and become a different band or something. I can't remember why that was the case. I don't know. I've done a couple silly cringe covers of their stuff, but I've always made it a little bit my own thing. Like I made a video called Lunar D8 Apology Video, and it's me singing, what was that song? Apologize for Nothing by the band Boba Flex. And then but I didn't change any words in that song, because the reason I bring that up is because I also made a song that has the thumbnail of an anime girl's thighs, and she's like wearing like some sort of, demonic outfit, and got like really thick, squishy thighs. Anyway, I sang Shoot the Devil Right Between the Eyes song, Bury Me With the Guns On. But I changed some of the words and a few of the lyrics. Like, fuck the devil right between the thighs. I was trying to be funny, okay? I understand it's cringe and it's fucking awful, but I was trying to be funny, okay? I wrote a parody of Sweet Dreams called All the Neckos Are Meowing About How... All the Neckos Are Meowing for Head Pats, and I changed just about all the lyrics except for the main one line, which I'm struggling to remember the words for. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? And aside from that, everything else has changed. I changed everything else to be about cat girls. Yes, I know that's stupid. Heck, the video I made of me singing it, my first attempt, like I got about third through and I just started cracking up laughing because it just felt so fucking dumb and silly. And then I restarted. And then I sang it through, and it's like, yeah. And I just had an instrumental of Sweet Dreams in the background. But it was like a parody. Heck, I made a video once called An Angry Creepy Tree Screeching at You While Spewing Pasta. It's me doing a cover of Guns N' Roses' Welcome to the Jungle. But I'm doing my best to do my best impersonation of Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses. And I'll tell you this. The high-pitched noises I made, so painful to the ears. The singing is so fucking bad. But I'll tell you this, it's my best attempt at my impersonation of Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses. And yeah, just don't wear earbuds with that. Heck, I made a video once called Open Up, where it was just me sitting with my laptop in my car, singing as loudly as possible, with my car radio blaring at the loudest possible volume setting, where I was singing songs for the band Stain, including a song that is more commonly known from the band Tool, Sober. So, yeah, what can I say? Trust in me and fall as well. But definitely don't wear earbuds for that one either, because it's literally, the audio is so bad because it's just a fucking laptop and the default sort of tiny little speaker microphone built into the side of the laptop. That's like the worst quality shit you could have, and it's literally just a laptop sitting in my car in my fucking parking lot with the fucking radio on the full maximum volume setting and the windows up. It's so like, it's just me singing at a yelling volume to a car radio that is going so loud that I'm honestly, I'm surprised my laptop didn't explode from the sound waves. Though that's one thing I try to like be encouraging people. Like, granted, this is a Let's Play channel. I want to focus on comedy, but I tend to just go wherever because I can't focus on one fucking thing. And then it's like it's a channel just me talk about whatever without a filter. And I'm saying most of my life I just sort of bottle everything up, and it's just like at one point I annoyed all my friends talking on and on about my feelings. And I'm sorry, that probably annoyed the fuck out of them. But I really appreciated that they listened to me. It's just I needed to talk about things. And yes, is it really fix anything? Not really. But it at least helps me to feel functionally normal. And yeah, it's just, if anything, I just want to encourage other people that as long as you're not hurting yourself or hurting anyone else, that you should express yourself, that you should talk about your feelings, that you should sing karaoke, that you should draw, that you should play guitar, that you should try to learn a foreign language, that you should go to the gym. Don't have reasonable expectations. Don't injure yourself. Okay? Don't walk for 23 miles on a fucking bike trail. Okay? Be mindful of things like water and sunblock. Okay? Or physical limitations of your body. Obviously, I'm never going to build muscle if I keep pushing myself past a certain point, because like I said, my bench press is getting weaker as time goes on. I'm benching less and less. I'm actually struggling to just do 135 pounds anymore. That is insane. I'm getting weaker as time goes on. I can do maybe like 135 pounds for like 3 sets of 10. And that's the best I can fucking do anymore. That is so fucking pathetic. And I feel like it's going to be worse the next time I try. Right now, I'm just recovering from the fucking bike trail issue. Because everything is just so fucking sore, not to mention the fucking sunburns. Fuck. I don't remember what we're talking about. I know I was trying to talk about the paint thing. I don't know. But yeah, I try to encourage people to, like, proper mental health. That, heck, if people feel the way I do, I want to hope it, makes you feel better that there's someone that, at least comes at understanding that stuff in that direction. That you're not alone. And that, hey, I'm not some successful person. But, hey, I'm someone who has failed over and over at a lot of things, and I'm still trying. I'm not sure if I'll ever succeed, and honestly, a lot of people would criticize that I'm not trying hard enough, because honestly, I do not stick to diets properly, and sometimes, I'll stop working out because I'm too either injured or I just get too busy or involved with other things, where I just get too stuck reading a book. Where I'll just sit and just read a book for a while and then I'll lose track of time. But yeah, heck, I play guitar. I enjoy playing guitar. I'm absolutely horrible at it. And granted, even at my best when I was like 18, yeah, I wouldn't call myself a professional guitarist, but I at least played a lot more back then. But really, I don't play my guitar very much. Honestly, I play maybe like 10 minutes a day. So, yeah, I don't really remember how to really play anything for the most part. I try to juggle a ball, but a lot of times I'll just take one of the 3 balls and I'll just sort of throw it back and forth for a while. That's pretty much it. Heck, I remember one point when I was younger, something I do sometimes, I would take a piece of notebook paper and I would curl it into a ball. And think like a hacky sack, but instead of using my feet, I'd be bouncing it in the air. So the idea is I'd be just bouncing the ball in the air with my open palm. And the idea is I'm basically playing Pong between me and the clouds. And I'm like bouncing a paper ball on my open palms. And the idea is how many times can I just keep bouncing it without catching it and without letting it fall. I don't remember what the fuck we're talking about. But the paint thing. Right, I worked at a job where... Anyway, it would come out from the final water spray that had some sort of chemical that made the paint adhere to it with electrical charges or something. Anyway, it would then pass through these giant infrared sort of heaters that would be warm enough that would kill a person. And then, after it came out of that, we had Old Man Jim. So Old Man Jim would be standing on a step stool with a giant air hose, and he'd blow out excess water. And then it'd come to the paint areas. There's 3 major paint areas. You had the Ion Tech, the Gamma booth, and the Trash booth. Now, the way the Ion Tech worked is that was the one that shot River Gray. It was a type of off gray that was kind of white, but not a full white color. Because we had a full white color, but our 2 main colors we used was River Gray and Standard Gray. Aside from that, the Trash booth was used for, well, mainly touching up a lot of the Standard Gray things, which just about every single thing that needed Standard Gray from the Gamma booth needed touched up. And then, technically all the stuff in the River Gray stuff needed touched up too, but here's the thing. If you were touching up the stuff in the River Gray booth, in the Ion Tech, you'd be touching it up at the Ion Tech. But if there's anything from the Gamma booth that needed touched up, you'd be touching that up in the Trash booth. As well as the Trash booth is where you'd also be painting all the other colors. So the way it worked is the stuff would come by on these hooks, and it would go into the Ion Tech, which had about 10, paint guns situated in it. And the paint guns didn't move, they were stationary. And of course, depending on the shape of the objects coming through, you had to pull out and adjust the location of these devices to be about between 6 to 8 inches away from the surface of the product. And a lot of times it wasn't just a sheet being going through. Sometimes you had various curved items in all sorts of different directions. And then, of course, you had a giant hopper in the back that had room for 50 to 100 gallons of this fucking paint that you'd constantly have to put more into. Anyway, you'd be standing at the Ion Tech, spraying, the guns with the Ion Tech for the River Gray color. The River Gray, it's an off-white sort of color. It's the best way to describe it is this: cookies and cream. Imagine a slightly gray Oreo cookie. Imagine the cream out of an Oreo cookie, and then give it a slight gray tint. That's what that is. That was River Gray. Also, you can only ever have one booth working at a time, because the way the air suction would work between the 2 is that if you had both running at the same time, that they would contaminate each other, and they would basically ruin each other's paint, which literally would be a cost of tens of thousands of dollars instantly if you were to have that sort of issue. Also, each of them had their own electronic control panels to adjust basically how much electricity each gun is shooting. Also, usually each gun had a good chance of jamming, so you had to constantly be able to unjam the guns, so you'd have to disassemble them real quick, spray them out with a separate air hose, and then reassemble them, all the while you still have stuff coming down the hooks. And of course, a lot of times you'd have to basically get into the thing while it was running, and you had to shovel stuff out of the ground into another side hopper in order to keep it from getting clogged and to keep it from running out too empty too quickly. Then you had the Standard Gray booth, which is, think of the most boring industrial gray color you can imagine, that you would imagine is the type of paint that you would see out of fucking 1984 George Orwell. That's a Standard Gray booth. And pretty much with a vast, I would say 10% of the stuff we made was River Gray. 10% of the stuff was the other array of colors, like Federal Blue, Satin Black, Safety Orange, Safety Yellow, Safety Red, on and on. But 90% of the 80% of the, 10% was River Gray, 10% was the other color, 80% was Standard Gray. And the way this worked is you had the giant-ass Standard Gray Gamma booth. It's called the Gamma booth. And it was by far the longest. Now, the Ion Tech was pretty long, but the Gamma booth was very, very long too. It's about maybe a stretch of 6 feet or so between the Ion Tech and the Gamma booth, and about a stretch of a few feet between the Trash booth and the Gamma booth. It was imagine a line. Just a very angry caterpillar that eats souls. Anyway, also, occasionally when you go inside the Gamma booth, sometimes you get electrocuted. It wasn't that bad. It was just you occasionally you get shocked to the point it feels like someone punched you in your arm or something. But it wasn't bad. You would just get enough of electric shock that it felt like someone punched you in the arm. Imagine someone came up to you and they just punched you in your shoulder really hard. That's it. So that's not enough of electric shock that you should really be worried about. Anyway. The Gamma booth is a Standard Gray color. One, you have a sort of sweeper that's going by on a sort of cord on the ground. But even then, that's not enough. a lot of times you have to go in there with a squeegee to sort of move stuff around. Also, occasionally you need to go in. There's a giant, massive inside hopper that you also need to shovel, like you're fucking shoveling coal in a fucking old-style train. Also, next to that, you have these giant sort of filters. They're like shaped like cylinders, but they also have electrical jumper cables hooked to them that are sending a massive shocks in it, which again, don't physically touch those or you will receive a slightly more dangerous electrical shock. But what it's doing is it's sending an electric shock into it, which makes like a boom sound every time it happens. So about once a minute, you would hear a boom! And it would just be you'd feel a bit of a shake through the ground from it. Because it would basically be knocking a bit of stuff out, and of course it'd be sucked back in, but it was just trying to stop it from getting overly clogged. Then on the side, you had a giant, massive hopper that at least had a couple 100 gallons of paint in it. And this is paint you yourself fucking put in there, with these giant fucking boxes of paint that you had to carry there. And you had to do it quickly. And what you do is you pour in there. Also, they have these about 16 different tubes into it for the major guns, because the Gamma Booth had 16 guns. It had 2 layers of 4 different guns, and these things were moving. So they were constantly going up and down vertically. Also, you had to adjust the electrical charges for that way more often, and those guns got clogged quite a bit. Also, you had to adjust those all the time for everything that was different sizes, especially the MDR rails, which were these long, like 7-foot long, curved 45-degree angle, circular rails that had a sort of C shape where they curved in on the edges. So not only did you have the main curve, but that whole curve was also curving out here and then going back in and under, which that was such a huge pain to actually paint. Because I'll get to the trash stuff in a moment. But anyway, as you're dealing with that stuff in there, occasionally you have to unclog the guns there, plus you have the giant hopper, which I'll tell you this, at that point I was married, so I had a ring, which is like the only piece of metal I really ever wore, but I would put it inside my car in the console, because part of that job was I had to plunge my arm into that fucking giant hopper for a couple 100 gallons of paint. And it's this powdered metal paint, but it's being not aerosolized, it's not in the air, but there's so much air being pumped into this stuff that it is bubbling as if it's boiling water. But it's not hot. It's actually cold to the touch. It feels like sand. But what it is that this is a solid matter material made out of powdered metal and powdered paint that has so much air being pumped into it that it behaves like a liquid. So it's a solid, but it's having so much air being pumped into it that this solid mass of basically sand looks like boiling water. It looks like boiling quicksand, but it feels cold to the touch. And it's solid. It's a solid. It's just imagine a giant thing of sand like the desert, but it has so much air being pumped into it that it's behaving like a liquid. So now you're plunging your entire arm down into it because it's deep and it's up to your shoulder, and your arm is fully submerged in this basically liquidized sand. So you're reaching for these nozzles and things that are getting clogged, and you're having to fix things and move stuff around, or sometimes things would start to sort of solidify. I wouldn't say calcify, but there's no calcium involved in this process. But occasionally it would sort of start forming rocks at the bottom. So you would have to fish those rocks out. So you're basically plunging your arm shoulder deep into this thing of basically liquidized sand, and you're feeling for rocks, and you're having to pick those out, and you're having to fix these tubes and these nozzles that go to these 16 guns that are moving up and down vertically while you're adjusting these electrical values. And then, in addition to the main massive fucking hopper that's inside the Gamma Booth that has the giant cylinders with the electrical shocks, and then the hooks with the other electrical shocks, and your giant 200 fucking plus gallon thing of fucking hopper tank with the 16 guns being fed into that, you also had 2 smaller hoppers on both sides of the damn Gamma Booth that you, one, would have to either put paint into or drain from. Also the things at the bottom, so you'd have to lay down on the ground underneath the giant Gamma Booth to try to undo those, to unclog that. And that's the way that worked. Then you had the trash booth, which was basically just a large square where you would have one giant box of paint that could be plugged in. You had this little plunger that you plugged into it, and of course, in between changing colors, you had to completely clean everything out, which means if you were going to change between standard gray to like federal blue or satin black or something, what you need to do is you need to, one, lift the plunger out of that box of paint, move the box of paint over, take an air hose, and basically just, it's a small concentrated curved air hose, and you spray off all of it. You undo the nozzles and the parts of the air pumps, and you spray and clean those out until there's not a single speck of the previous color behind, because you cannot contaminate anything. That is absolutely important, and it is the most important thing in the entire universe, and it must be done. That is the conditions I worked at that job. Anyway, you have to do that fast, few seconds. Unscrew things, twist things apart, screen out, put it, and then you get the next box of paint, and you put it in there, and you spray the gun, get things clear, and get nice air pressure, go in. You have a few seconds to do it. You do it wrong, you fucking ruin everything. You do it too slowly, you ruin everything. Worst place I ever fucking worked. Like I said, I was wearing dust masks, and I was going through a dozen a day because it would get clogged. But even then, even with the dust masks, I was still breathing and ingesting powdered metal and powdered paint. I was vomiting at least every 20 minutes. But of course, I wasn't allowed to go to a trash can because we didn't have time. I had a job to do. So my only option is I was legally required to eat my own vomit. I would be there doing my job, and I would be vomiting into my own mouth to the point that my cheeks would puff out like a fucking chipmunk, and then I would swallow my own puke down my own throat again. Over and over and over for 2 fucking years. Anyway, when you touched up the standard gray, a lot of times you had to, again, you're holding the gun 6 to 8 inches away from the thing you're painting. And of course, there's certain curved items. Sometimes you had to lay it down on the ground inside the booth in order to get certain angles. And you were having to move quickly and efficiently. And you couldn't accidentally touch the item you were painting, or else you would ruin it. You were trying to get an even coat of paint. You don't want it too thick, you don't want to have fish hooks. And of course, here's the thing. If you have the electrical charge up too high, it can change the adhesive properties of the paint, and it causes waves. And you don't want that. But also, you don't want it too thick, you don't want it too thin. The other thing is this. You had to sometimes rapidly change colors. And this is the trash booth where you'd either just, you'd have it hooked up. The box of paint would have either more standard gray, so then you'd be spraying more standard gray on there. Or you'd be spraying the other colors, like, safety orange, safety red, safety yellow, federal blue, satin black, stuff like that. Now, that being said, this one did not have any hoppers. It literally just had on both sides of you, on both sides of the square, because it's a square, it has 4 sides. The sides that line up with the Gamma booth and Ion Tech, of course, is an open doorway. Because everything that comes through, regardless of what color you're painting, has to go through the Ion Tech, then the Gamma, then the trash booth. So say if you're painting River Gray, the River Gray, the Ion Tech booth is on. But the standard gray booth and trash booth are not being ran, and everything's turned off. But it still has to go through all 3 booths, because it's a straight line, and you can't move the booths because these are massive, like 100+ 1,000-ton items. Like, they are solid, huge metal structures full of all sorts of other equipment. Anyway, so, and say, like, if you're running standard gray, well, a lot of times the trash booth's running, but it's not squirting out paint. It's got those individual guns that are plugged into plungers that go into these big ass fucking boxes. They're like 75 fucking pounds each. But everything, in order to paint standard gray, the items have to pass through the River Gray booth, Ion Tech, then the Gamma standard gray, then the trash booth. Now here's the thing. The trash booth. You had the 2 sides that were facing, in that straight line for all the items to go through. On the other 2 sides had a sort of recess, not an abscess, a recess where it was is it concave or conclave? But it's curved outward away from the insides as a place for the paint to collect. Because there's not actually a hopper there. It's just a place for paint to collect. And each of them has these two absolutely massive cylinders that are filters, but bigger than the ones in the standard gray booth and the gamma booth. And these are running so much more suction and power. And each of these have an electrical charge being fed into them too. So you're constantly hearing these things with a boom like you're in the middle of a giant fucking thunderstorm. Like you're in a fucking gang shootout drive-by. And so you're in here painting this, hearing these booms, isolated, working yourself death, constantly vomiting in your own mouth and re-swallowing your vomit. And that's the thing. That's why I'm missing some of my back teeth. I have two teeth in on both my left and right side. I currently have a broken tooth on the upper left and right side of my jaw that at some point I need to remove. It's been actually broken for about a year now. And I have at least 5 or 6 other of my back teeth already surgically removed because they were so badly damaged. And of course I have a few holes and slight damage to some of my front teeth because repeatedly vomiting into your mouth and re-swallowing that vomit over and over is not good for so many different aspects of your health, including, you may not be aware of this, stomach acid is acidic and is not very healthy for your teeth. Now that being said, I have had x-rays of my stomach and of my lungs, and for the most part, they seem to be fine. There are some slight concerns here and there, but for the most part, they're fine. Like one thing is, in one x-ray, they showed like part of one of my lungs has a small bit of a calcification, like there's a small granule of just calcium, where like a small piece of my lung calcified a slight bit. But it's not big enough to be like dangerous. So, should be fine. Anyway. But for the most part, my body is relatively unharmed by, breathing and ingesting powdered metal and powdered paint. And having to repeatedly eat my own vomit. And having my flesh covered with powdered metal and powdered paint on a daily basis for sometimes 12 hours at a time. Anyway, every now and then you would have to clean out the trash booth. What you would do is you would take one of those metal oil barrels. Because we had 2 different types of oil barrels there. We had clear, translucent plastic ones, and we had metal ones. Now the clear plastic, translucent metal ones we kept next to all the electronics and flame equipment, which had some sort of chemical stuff in it that we used for the process we were doing. I don't know what it's called. All I know is there was a bunch of giant warnings all over each of those barrels saying how flammable and explosive they were, that we kept next to the electronics and the giant flame-operated ovens, which, keep in mind, I have yet to describe. But anyway, the metal oil drums, what I'd do is I'd take a dolly and I'd wheel it next to the trash booth. And what you do is you take a shovel and you shovel the paint, the powdered paint that's all mixed up of all these different colors that looks like tie-dye, muddy blood, and you shovel it into these oil drums that is supposed to be shipped off to some place that is, air quotes, environmentally friendly. By the way, eventually that place had to build a separate water tower for our own water system for that device. You know why? Because the local city was starting to get complaints that all of the chemicals and paint and shit we were using there was starting to leak into the local water supply. So eventually they had to build a fucking water tower in that area just so those fucking companies wouldn't be using the city's water supply. Because eventually it started to become an issue that, hey, you're contaminating water that people use to drink and bathe in, as well as local wells and even the river. Then again, considering all the fucking OSHA things that my job forced me to violate, well, I think it's understandable that they probably honestly didn't give a shit about the environment, and who knows where we were fucking sending that shit. All I know is I was forced to put the shit in fucking oil drums, and then it would be picked up in large, like dozens and dozens oil drums full part of this just old recycled powdered metal powder paint that we can't use for anything else because it's all disgusting now. And all these oil drums get sent off by truck somewhere. Hopefully somewhere good for the environment. Air quotes. Which, by the way, was a very miserable process on my end to shovel all that shit into that fucking oil drum. Then we have the fucking fire ovens. And yes, I already mentioned the infrared ovens that were between the chemical jet waters and old man Jim on the fucking stepladder. Okay. This thing is a giant 2-story behemoth. The entire second story is a fucking flame-powered gas oven that also has all these other stuff and gauges and sort of weird circular lever things. It's not a wheel. It's like a weird lever that's imagine like a stick. Okay, that's weird. Okay, imagine like an actual fucking oven dial. But it's not on a wheel. It's just a giant bar that you just sort of move. And you're adjusting how much gas and power and heat is going into the giant 2-story gas oven that is big enough that you think it's something from fucking Nazi Germany Auschwitz fucking camps. Okay? I'm not going to make the rest of that comment because it's kind of fucking dark, but you get the point. It's a massive fucking gas oven that could have actually been used for that sort of stuff if, whoever owns that wanted to use it for that. But of course, that would be unethical. Not that I feel that the rest of our fucking job was being very ethical in terms of how the employees were being treated. Again, at least this job was much worse than Skynet. Skynet, yes, there was concerns, the quota, they treated people like shit, but they at least paid me better than the fucking electrostatic place, and at least I wasn't being exposed to physically unhealthy things, nor was I being forced to eat my own vomit. And at least then I was also still working less hours than that fucking place. Like I said, the electrostatic place, absolute worst place I ever fucking worked. And here's the thing. Aside from the oven controls that control this huge fucking gas oven, that keep in mind, if there's a problem inside it, you need to shut it down and let it cool down for at least half an hour before a human being ever attempts to go in there. One of the managers literally, there was an issue where something had a problem. The stuff had been shut down for 10 minutes. They went 2 feet in. Their fucking safety glasses started to melt around their face. They lost basically all the hair on their body basically burned off, including their eyebrows and most of their hair. For a while they were bald and their glasses were melted. They had no serious, long-term damage other than some second-degree burns everywhere. But the main point is, you can't go in there when it's on, even because they wanted to try to fix up. But main thing is this, you can't do that. Like I said, there were sometimes I had to walk around inside that giant 2-story gas oven. Which I'll tell you this, it kind of feels a bit surreal being in there. But it was very rare because it rarely ever got turned off properly. It was always being used in some manner to do the job. And even then, even when it did get properly turned off, it's just, they didn't really stay off for long enough for human beings to go in there. Anyway, and the few times where you had to physically go in there, you basically had to have that thing turned off to cool down for a minimum half hour, if not an hour, before you could have people go in there. And even then, you couldn't stay in there very long, otherwise you would literally die of heat stroke. Anyway, like I said, it's a second-story thing. All this other stuff is on the first floor. So anyway, these hooks have to ascend at a 40-degree angle, which again makes all the stuff you painted a little more awkward the way you... But of course it's on hooks, and the hooks move a bit with gravity. Anyway, it goes up in this flame-powered gas oven, and it goes around a little track inside there. The purpose of this is to cure the paint onto the metal. And then of course, there's a very long path that has to take above on top of all this on a slightly somewhat third story area above that, which is a huge area of scaffolding. And then it comes back down to then be removed by hooks and to be stacked up and organized for shipping. And keep in mind, by this point, by the time it gets to the point where it's here, everything's cooled down to the touch and it's not warm at all. Now, if you were to touch the stuff as soon as it came out of the oven, you would probably need to go to the emergency room for literal skin graft surgery. But by the time it comes down to where we're taking it off the hooks, it's cool. Now, here's the thing. That company wanted to cut corners on a lot of things. One thing they wanted to cut corners on is this. Those hooks that we hooked the other hooks onto, they would usually get caked with paint themselves over time. So usually, about once a month, we'd have a second set of all the giant 3-foot hooks. And what we do is, and keep in mind all these things would look very burnt and rusty. There's a reason for that. What we do is we had 2 sets of these hooks, and we had a few spares, of course, as well. But anyway, what we do is, once a month, we would shut the line down for an hour, and one of the things we do is we would take all the 3-foot hooks off and then replace them with a fresh 3-foot hook. And of course, the 3-foot hook was kind of covered with burns and rust. The reason for that is, once you put all the paint-covered hooks that are 3 feet long each into these giant Gaylord tubs, that's what that large tub's called, it then gets shipped off to another place, like via truck, so that they can be incinerated. They're put into a fire that's hotter than the one that we actually cure our own paint with. It's incredibly hot. It's something that has to be driven to another city to do. That being said, the heat is hot enough that it incinerates and burns all the paint off the hooks, but doesn't melt the metal. The metal itself and then of course the metal comes back to us as a set of hooks that is covered with burns and rust that is ready to be swapped out when we switched again. Eventually they decide that it's hurting their bottom line too much to have to do that. So what they then decide to do is they make a bunch of little rubber umbrellas to stick over the part of the hook where the other hook's attached to it. So the idea being that you'll prevent any paint from being on that one part of the hook, so that we never have to change the hooks ever again, because they just want to run stuff forever 24/7 because they want to maximize profits. Problem with this is that, one, you putting these rubber umbrellas on there has now made everyone's jobs harder, because now we have to adjust where these rubber things are to even get the other hooks to attach to the hooks. Also, some of these things it's metal, sometimes have sharp edges, and sometimes are kind of heavy. There are some things that were enough weight that we needed 4 people to lift them. Like, this is heavy ass shit, and now you're having a safety issue created, where you're now making the jobs harder for everyone, and you're now making the work environment unsafe, and the risk of injury to people is far greater. But more importantly than that is this. It fucked up the job, because at the end of the day, it was all pointless and worthless, because you know what would happen? You remember how I mentioned to go through the water thing first? Well, what would happen here is a lot of these rubber little umbrellas would shift a little bit in their alignment to the hook, which then allowed them to catch the water like a bowl. And then when it went up that hill to go into the fucking gas-powered oven after being fucking painted, well, it would then dump that water onto the fucking part during the curing process, ruining the paint, which then, you know what, after it's done, it has to be set to the side because we can't ship it that way. And then I have to take a fucking power sander to it, and then I have to take a wet cloth to it, then I have to take a dry cloth to it, and then I have to rehang it up directly in front of the Ion Tech and paint it by hand all over again with extra attention on that one spot. And of course, you have to have a whole separate type of electrical setting for that, because the way the chemical composition of the part you're painting now is so different that if you use the original settings, that it will just completely warp everything. Yeah, you get the point. The electrostatic paint place, worst place I ever fucking worked. I forget what the fuck. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I don't know. Just, you guys get the point. Also, it may be somewhat understandable why I might have some health issues. You know, let's play the game. Sorry about that. I got a little distracted. It takes me another couple of seconds to recognize the girl. Blame my foggy mind. Let's check OBS. It has been 4.5 hours. Well, I at least want to get to the point where we see the rest of the characters in this game. I'm sorry this is such a massively long game. Or video. Bah, okay, OBS is still working. But yeah, sorry about that. It's just... yeah, fuck. Guess I just need to get that out of my system. But, yeah. Oh, it's you, Akari. Jesus, that what passes for a greeting these days. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Yeah. I mean, heck, when I was on that bike trail, I got lost in thought. And granted, like I said, I was curious to go further, and I just wanted to walk further. And, but at the same time, I was also a bit lost in thought about a few things. But, I guess I just needed to talk about a few things, both then and now. Hopefully I won't need to talk about anything personal like that. And granted, there's a lot more personal things that have happened in the past, but that's a lot of stuff I don't want to talk about ever, but yeah. Yeah, like I said, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Again, do I have ADHD? Am I autistic? Am I? I'm 37. Is there a point for me to go to a doctor and have an official test? Would there even be a point? I'm pretty sure I should at least have medical insurance before I try to ask to be tested for that sort of stuff, but again, like I said, maybe one day I'll take antidepressants. I don't know. We get a drink. But yeah. Yeah, to both Akari and to the hypothetical viewer out there, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Yeah, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Huff, well, it's my fault for expecting you to treat me with a little respect. I said I'm sorry, fine. This intrusive girl is none other than Hikari, one of my oldest friends. She's kind of cute, in her own way, I guess. I've known her for such a long time that I can't imagine her as anything other than just a friend. Though, I wonder if she feels the same way about me. I do just how I'm sitting, my ass hurts. Hikari is the kind of girl that shoots first and asks questions later. But that's probably due to her being overprotective, rather than assertive. It's the reason I assume she is the one who enrolled me at this new academy. I don't know anyone else who cares about my future like she does. When we were younger, she had a habit of following me around everywhere, kind of like a little sister. As we grew older, this habit evolved into meddling in my business and stealing my lunch every day. It probably sounds like I'm complaining, but honestly not. Akari is a great person, and I'm truly lucky to have a friend like her. I just don't really understand what she sees in me, or what she gets out of our relationship. Anyway, what are you doing out here? Do you have any idea how long it took me to find you? I'm just relaxing. What's the big deal? Well, relaxing? You don't do anything but relax. You're aware we're starting school tomorrow, right? Yep, painfully aware. Wait, you said we're. As in we? Are you attending the class with me, Akari? Oh, give me a break. I have explained this to you at least 6.5 times, I swear. Talking to you is like talking to a brick wall, except the brick wall is better looking than you are. Yeah, I mean, that kind of hurts. Hey, I object to that. Arg. Look, we're going to the academy together, and that's final. You don't have a say in the matter, okay? Okay, please don't hurt me. I wouldn't dream of hurting you. I have a question, though. What kind of classes are we taking? A thoughtful expression crosses Hikari's features. I can tell she's making up her mind on whether to scold me or give me a proper answer. Well, if you'd read the guide I left for you at your house, here we go, you'd already know that we are taking basic first-year classes. Nothing too difficult, I'd imagine. They know you're a noob, so you shouldn't have any problems. Somehow being called a noob hurts more than anything else Hikari could have come up with. Aren't you a noob as well, Hikari? She looks taken aback, almost offended, as offended as I got a few seconds ago. Ow, my legs hurt. Ow. I'm like stretching my legs out. Again, it makes sense, but still, ow. That hurts. Well, no, I'm not new to this. You know, I've been practicing for years. Practicing? What is she talking about? I'm confused. What have you been practicing? A frown crosses Hikari's face. I know this expression well. It's her I'm so tired of your clueless ass face. I've been practicing to become a full-fledged magical girl, of course. I'm attending a magical girl academy that actually exists? What? She is the one called Sailor Moon. I still also my profile picture is look at it, it's a Dragon Ball Z fusion of Sailor Moon and Yusuke Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho. But I'd also describe my personality as a Dragon Ball Z fusion of Astolfo and Jack Hanma, or Chrono Gorgon from Soul Eater and Vasha Stampede. Or say 2003 Testament from Guilty Gear and Vegeta, or Tsukasa from Dot Hack Sign and Goku. Or Stein from Soul Eater and Nagisa from Assassination Classroom. Or Date from Aeon the Somnium Files and Mikon from Danganronpa 2. And so on and so forth. Heck, Licked Bach from The Plunderer anime, as well as Takumi Nishijo from Chaos Head Noah. Or heck, Chip the Cable Guy, as played by Jim Carrey, and Ernest, as played by Jim Varney. Or Mega Man Volnut from Mega Man Legends, and Alucard from Hellsing. Yeah, it goes on and on. Where was I? Magical Girl. Her words hit me like a truck. Ha 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 ha. Somehow the stupor I've been living in for endless months shatters in an instant. I feel like my eyes have opened for the first time in a long time. I see Hikari's smiling face beaming at me, as if she's so very proud of what she just said. Of course, remember that Hikari is training to become a magical girl? How could I let such a magnificent fact elude me for so long? I've known as much for years. Really? So, if I put two and two together, I'd say the academy we're attending from tomorrow is a school for magical girls. But why am I going? I have no magical talent whatsoever. Heck, I'm pretty sure I'm not even a girl. Tee, you look like you just took an ice-cold shower. Lunar D8, is everything okay? Like I said, would certainly describe my personality as a Dragon Ball Z fusion of Chrono Gorgon from Soul Eater and Vasha Stampede. Or, like I said, think Mikon from Danganronpa 2, but mixed with Date from AI the Somnium Files. Or, like I said, Astolfo and Jack Hanma. Or Sailor Moon fused with Yusuke Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho. I think about her question for a moment. I do feel more alert now. It's a familiar feeling. It's almost the way I felt before, back before my favorite manga series finished. The truth is, magical girls are very, very real. The whole time I had my head buried in the manga, real-life magical girls exist all around me. I think I was just too nervous to ever go out and meet them. Except for Hikari. I knew her before she ever awakened to her powers. I can't quite explain why I have let my mind stay so foggy these last few years, but maybe now, with school starting tomorrow, I can begin to work towards becoming a functioning human being again. I give Hikari a slight smile. Hikari, why am I going to school for magical girls? Hikari shuffles on the spot. She seems hesitant to tell me. The truth is... Flashback! Back before we can afford color. It's back before the moon landing. About a month ago, you and I were having dinner, and all of a sudden your powers woke. I have powers! Can I shoot Kamehamehas? Do I have the Kaioken? Do I have basic set of fucking balanced where I can ride a bicycle? What? I noticed it immediately, but you seemed like your old, oblivious self and barely paid attention to what happened. So, what did happen? Like I said, we were having dinner together and I accidentally knocked a glass of water off the... I mean, it's just water. It was going to shatter on my bare... Oh, ow, that would hurt. I mean, could you just pull your feet back? I mean, your reflexes aren't as bad as mine, are they? It was going to shatter on my bare feet, and I screamed, afraid of... Don't you have magical powers that you've had for like a decade? Why can't you just use telekinesis? Why can't you, like, just magically transform armor over your bare feet? I mean, don't you have powers? Aren't you King Kai? When am I going to learn the spirit bomb? Afraid of cutting myself in the glass. It happened so quickly I couldn't move away in time. Oh. I just froze it? It's like time? Is it telekinesis or did I... How does that work? You just kind of glance at the glass and it stopped midair, frozen in time. And I mean literally frozen in time, ice and all. I don't believe I would remember something like that. You just shrugged and continued eating. I think at the time you just believed I had made the glass for you. That would make more sense. You're the one with powers. I was probably just like eating and you're like, oh, okay. My friend spilled a glass, but then she used her magical powers to stop it. Okay, cool. I mean, she's had magical powers for a decade. Cool. Why am I imagining the perfect Cell theme now? It's like the first day at school, like, I'm Majin Buu. Fuck. I awoke to my powers when I was 13, maybe 14? I don't quite remember, but still. I have a very specific set of powers, and don't forget, I'm untrained. There's no way I could freeze something in time. So, after that night, I replayed the event back in my mind over and over. The only explanation is that you froze the glass. You suddenly awoke to your own powers and saved me from getting cut on both. Well, I'm glad you didn't get cut. I would feel sad about that. Yay! We're back to, after the moon landing. So what you're saying is, I am a hero. Bleh! Not quite, Lunar D8. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I never enrolled us. Oh, what? I never enrolled us to attend the academy? We were both sent letters. Oh, so, okay, I thought it was you. You just helped me read my mail, because I am lazy and I get distracted easily. Again, seriously guys, do I have ADHD? Am I autistic? Am I? Am I? Though sometimes my way my short-term memory is, I worry that I'm getting Alzheimer's disease. Because the way my short-term memory is sometimes, where I can't stay on one topic, and I get confused. Then again, I have had a lot of blows to the head, so... Yeah! That could also be a thing, I guess. I don't know. Alright, we were both sent letters from the association. They can detect who has magical powers and who doesn't, They keep a record on everyone. Is that legal? According to the association, once magical girls reach 18 years of age, it's the law for them to attend the academy. I mean, that would make sense. Like, here's the thing, take the X-Men stuff. While I think the idea of a mutant registration is wrong and illegal, as well as the idea of trying to force a cure on people, or trying to, kill or control them, is wrong, I would say any mutant in that universe should have someone like a Charles Xavier. Simply put, if you have special powers, you should at least have proper training. One, you have proper training on how to control your powers, and two, maybe have a therapist to make sure you don't have psychological issues, that you don't misuse your powers in some bad, horrible way. So, yeah. I would say if people had magical powers or supernatural mutant powers, that they, one, should be properly trained on how to use them, and two, perhaps have psychological therapy so that if they have any sort of underlying issue, they don't become like a supervillain. Though I imagine I'd be the worst supervillain ever. I'd be like, and here's Lunar D8. He follows Batman around and talks about his feelings. And Batman's like, please, for the love of God, Lunar, shut up. And I'm like, and then this happened, and then I felt this way about this thing. And then me and Batman go for Dairy Queen. I like ice cream, okay? Everyone's like, stop being fat! Get it. Okay. Anyway, the letters basically demanded we attend the academy, effective immediately. But I'm a boy. I can't go to all-girls school. Yes, well, I can't explain it. Boys don't ever awaken to magical powers. You might be some new phenomenon. Yay! I have new powers! Yay! Can I shoot a Kamehameha? Big Bang! Final Flash! Wolfang Fist! Destructo Disc! Yes, I like Dragon Ball Z more than the other animes, okay? I like DBZ. Because you awaken to your powers right on the age of 18, you get the joy of going back to school. Regardless, we both start classes tomorrow. We'll both start training to become magical girls. Or a magical boy in my case, apparently. All of this information is swirling around my head like a tornado. I feel simultaneously excited and exhausted. Do I really have magical powers? Can I actually freeze things in time? I can't think of any other situation where I've done such a thing, and I have no clue how to make it happen again. Well, I suppose that's the point of the academy, to teach me how the fuck to do it. And heck, maybe I have additional abilities. Like, I have the ability to just materialize Pepsi. Like, Piccolo has the clothes beam. Maybe I can have Pepsi Beam! It's like, boom! And Vegeta's like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, I gave you a ice-cold glass of Pepsi. And Vegeta's like, that's really good. I'm like, yeah! Pepsi Beam! Pepsi Man! I'm pretty sure there's already someone by that name. It's a fucking Let's Play by freelance astronauts. They did stuff with like the Worms games and Prototype and Mass Effect and some Zelda stuff. And oh yeah, they did a whole thing of the Super Mario Wii, the original Super Mario game released for the Wii, and it was like co-op difficulty. Like it's just four dudes just playing Mario and trying to kill each other with turtles and cussing and getting pissed off. It was hilarious. Then again, I enjoyed like watching Proton John playing Kaizo Mario, or Ultra J-Man playing I Want to Be the Guy. I've enjoyed Let's Plays for a long time. Back during the times where no one even knew what a YouTube was. I remember back when nobody even knew what a YouTube was, and whenever I ever mentioned anybody, people thought I was the nerdiest, most weebiest, loseriest dork for watching this obscure site called YouTube. Anyway. Pepsi Beam! I'm just saying freelance astronauts. Proton John, Ultra J-Man. Absolutely awesome, enjoyable. Well, I suppose that's the point of the academy. They should train me to reach my full potential, right? We're going to see Elder Supreme Kai up there. We're going to become Mystic Lunar D8. Either that or Bobbity will become Majin Lunar D8. Or we'll see, like, I don't know. I'm running out, like, who would be the King Yama in this situation? The principal? I don't know. Well, yeah. I guess attending class with Kari won't be so bad. Maybe I'll make some new friends, too. What do you say we get out of here? We can grab some dinner together and celebrate our last night of freedom. Sounds good to me. You're paying, though. I'm not you, you big lug. You can pay for both of us. Hey, dinner was your idea, not mine. Why should I pay? Heh, you're just as hopeless as always. How do I get dragged into going back to school with you? You love it. Haha, let's see how many classes we can make it through before I strangle you out of frustration. Why was that the Friday night, the Five Nights at Freddy's sound? Anyway, we'll just save the... We'll stop here because it's a long video. I hope everyone had a good day, and sorry I rambled so much. But yeah, I hope everyone has a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. I hope everyone has all the hugs and head pats you could ever want. Bye, everyone.